thanks for the fact that they wanted to survive and they did survive. And the fact that they persevered means that we're here now. So we give thanks for the fact that they, no matter what they went through, and I can't even imagine, I've heard some things, but I know I haven't heard everything, because every time I think I've heard it all, there's always something more drastic that he said that our ancestors went through. So the fact that they went through all of that and survived means that we're here now. So for those ancestors, I say thank you, Ashe.
Ashe.
I also say thank you to our heroes, our sheroes, our leaders that's paved the way, opened the doors, kicked down some doors in some cases, to let us realize that we don't have to be subservient. We don't have to take everything that's given to us, or we have to do everything that we're told. We can stand up, we can rise up, we can march forward, we can stand up for our rights and make sure we put our rights or what we need in place. So my favorite hero is the Right Honourable Marcus Messiah Garvey, who's given us the black print for our future, that what we need to actually take on board, take up that mantle to achieve. I mean, we all can't do everything that the Right Honourable Marcus Messiah did, but we can take up part of that mantle. We all can do our own little bit. We're all part of a jigsaw puzzle, a big jigsaw puzzle. And no matter how small or how large your part is, it's still a part to play. And once we all come together as one, we can move mountains. We will move mountains. But it's a slow process, but we are getting there. So for all those heroes, the heroes and the sheroes, the leaders that's been in our past, and also the leaders and the movers and shakers that's actually here alive with us now. Names we know, names we don't know, and names that we will never know. But they've played a part in helping us moving forward and rising up. So for all those ancestors, I say thank you and Ashe.
Ashe.
I also give thanks to my lineage, your lineage, my ancestors, your ancestors, whose heads and shoulders who we are all standing upon. The ancestors who's been with us through thick and thin, through everything. Even though we feel that they're not, we're alone, we are not alone. They are there with us, guiding us all the way. And it's for those ancestors are there waiting for us to, it's for those ancestors waiting for us to call on them and to ask them for help, ask them for guidance, and let our minds be open for when those answers come, because their answers are not going to come as how we speak. Our answers comes in different forms and different ways and from different people. A billboard, a stranger walking past, a conversation you have with somebody, turn the radio on or the TV on, and somebody says a line that resonates. So be open, let our minds be open, and let the messages from our ancestors be as clear as this water, so that we can receive it and we can acknowledge what they have for us or what they want us to do. For our ancestors, I say Ashe, thank you.
Ashe.
I also give thanks to the Most High, the creator of all things, the divine one, the creator of all creatures great and small, the earth that we stand on, the air that we breathe, the sunshine that gives us life, the water that gives us life. I give thanks for us being here and the earth that she's put us on. And it's our job also to help keep this earth. So no matter how small, the little bits that we can do to keep this earth nurtured, whether you're planting your own food or what, not throwing litter, but let us do our little part to help nurture and keep this world. To the great divine one, the creator of all things, I say thank you and Ashe.
Ashe.
And is there anybody else who'd like to say thank you for their ancestors, their lineage, or anyone? Now is your opportunity to unmute yourself and say your thanks. Okay. Judging by the silence, I guess that everybody is okay. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to our Chief Montana, who's going to do a presentation on why you aren't married. And if anybody's got any questions, please write your questions and down on a piece of paper or write them in the chat. And unless Chief has actually requested that, you know, for answers or for you say anything, then please stay muted. Okay. So let me just, oh, thank you. So yes, so introduce you to Chief Montana. Welcome to the Auntie Jean's African Culture Market special. And it's special because you're here. So welcome.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'd like to greet everyone with Auntie. That means good afternoon, or how's your afternoon going? That's what that means. Um, so yes, so today, I want to conclude the conversation that we were having, well, back in August, I think, if I'm not mistaken, about
Yes.
why aren't you
Yeah, it's a
married?
while ago.
Yes, 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 yes. I just want to recap really quick. So I'm going to recap based upon memory. So I think we left off with, or we talked about, like, why aren't you married? We talked about some of the processes from a traditional perspective around marriage and how, from a traditional perspective, you would not be 30 years old and not married. That is very difficult. Even today, especially in Northern Ghana, it's very difficult to find someone who is over 30 and they're not married. Generally, someone who's not married and they're over 30, um, they've been widowed for the most part. Or they could have been divorced, but divorce is so rare. I mean, it is extremely rare. Like it takes a lot for a divorce to happen simply because you always have support from the community. You always have support from your family around the marriage. And so, like in the West, we'll say many times, oh, once you're married, leave your in-laws, leave your family out of your marriage because they create problems. But from a traditional um, African perspective, and I haven't been in every single culture on the continent, but the ones that I have been involved with, the family is very much woven into the fabric of, of everyone's marriage. And so they're woven into the fabric of the marriage in order to be there as a support to help sustain the marriage. And so there's a purpose for that. And also there's always someone designated in the family to be the marital counselor, so to speak, for the couples. And a lot of times that is the senior brother or the senior sister. It's always someone who's older, who's designated as that person. Because generally, if there's issues within the marriage itself, then I've actually witnessed this. A senior sibling will actually come to the home and they will stay there and help the couple work through the marital issues, and then once they work through those issues, then they'll leave and go home. And it's very interesting to see. It's a very amazing process. I've seen that. Actually, a friend of mine, I've seen him have issues within his marriage, and his senior sister came down when she lived in Tamale, and she would come and she stayed for, wow, it's like 2 weeks or so until those things were worked out. And I've seen him personally, because now he's the senior brother because it's his older brother transition. Um, his junior brother was having difficulties in his marriage, and he lived about 280 miles away in Accra. And he jumped on a bus and traveled immediately. Like, he called his job, said, "Hey, my brother's having issues. I have to go and help him." and his boss said, fine, you know, and so it's like, that's an example, like the community being involved and making sure that your marriages stay together. Because even at his job, his boss said, go ahead, because he understands the importance of that. And he traveled to Accra and stayed for maybe a week and a half or so to assist his brother and his sister. Because when marriage occurs, there's no such thing as sister-in-law. You actually become a sister. His brother and his sister work out their marital issues, and then he returned home. And so that's why divorce is so rare. It's very, very rare to find that. I mean, you really,
Sorry, somebody's coming. You're all right.
okay. Yeah, there has to be something egregious that occurs in order for a divorce to happen. Okay. So we talked a little bit about that in the first conversation. And so I want to get us moving forward in the conversation. So another reason why we're not married is simply because, y'all ready for this? Ready?
You're ready.
Okay. Consider that we don't want to be married. We will say in language that we want to be married. However, our actions don't show that we want to be married. And so what I mean by that is we tend to take marriage and pare it down. We chop it up and we say, okay, I will get married if blah. Everyone's if is different. If these conditions are met. And many times the conditions that have to be met are really unreasonable. They really are. And we don't really talk about the things that matter, you know, within a marriage itself or within a union. We don't discuss those things. The main conditions that have to be met are really a lot of times superficial reasons, reasons that don't really contribute to the longevity of a marriage. They really don't. Because we very rarely talk about what we want within a marriage is cooperation. We don't talk about what we want is reciprocity. What we want is partnership. We don't talk about those things. We talk about, oh, I want a mate that has these credentials. And it might be a college education, a job, you know, where, you know, your mate earns a certain income. You know, we talk about someone who has a certain type of job. So we talk about those things, and we talk about, oh, this person has to be 6'4". This person has to be, you know, muscular or whatever it is. We have this list of things, and this is men and women. So I'm not saying this, men have a list, but no one talks about the list that men have. And really, usually the things on the list do not contribute to a marriage that will last. We don't really talk about, oh, I want a mate who comes from a family that is blah, blah, blah. A family that is minus drama. We don't care about the drama in our mate's family for the most part, because we feel in the West, okay, that's separate and apart from me. And not considering that the person who which we're with grew up in that. So they will bring aspects of that into the marriage. And however that looks, sometimes it's a great amount of whatever that drama is, and sometimes it's a small amount, but nevertheless, it's still drama. It's still something that, you know, ordinarily we don't want. And so we don't look at those things. We don't really look at, okay, we're going to come together as a union, and we're bringing two families together. But from a traditional perspective, we're clear We're bringing two whole families together. And what does that mean? We don't take those things into considerations. Now, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, they took those things into consideration. Everything I just mentioned, they take it all into consideration before marriage. Because I distinctly remember, even my mother did. There was someone I was dating, I was like 25, 26, something like that. And, I brought this woman home to meet my parents. And, my mother's very nice. She's very sweet. And when she left, my mother made it very clear, I do not want that in my family.
Wow.
No, that will not be in our bloodline at all. No. And at 20, 25, I couldn't really understand it. But of course, as I got older, I totally understood. My mother could see something that I could not see at the time. And my mother was 1,000% correct about what she saw. And she made it very clear. Now, however, I've always been a pretty, I guess, obedient son. I'd never bucked the system with either of my parents at all. And so pretty much if they said X, I just went along with X. That's just how I was. I was not very rebellious. So when she said that, I said, okay, that's just how it's going to be. Totally. Now, I didn't break up right away, but eventually I said, you know what, let me stop. So we did that at some point in the past. And as time passed for us, as a people, and as we, further integrated into the lifestyle and the culture of other people, we got away from all of that. And so that is a huge contribution as to why we're not married. We don't listen to our elders. Our elders have very little relevance in our lives. And for the most part, we've actually thrown a lot of our elders away. We've thrown them to the wolves. And it's actually caused us to be in a very, very, very sad state of affairs, as a people, especially in the diaspora itself, because we don't understand what certain elders can see. We don't understand it. I remember my great grandmother. I was probably, I don't know, 8, maybe. No, if 8. Yeah, let's say I was 8. And I remember her, I remember a story. I didn't see this happen, but I remember hearing some adults talk about, I think an aunt or someone brought a potential mate home. And so my grandmother asked, who are your people? And the moment he said who his people was, she was like, she sucked those teeth. When that happened, it was a wrap, because it came from a family of people who were thieves. So like there was like an uncle or somebody in his family who had murdered someone, and she was very clear that that was not going to be integrated into our bloodline, and it didn't happen. She was very clear about that. Once those teeth started sucking, I knew it was a wrap, because that's what, when I heard the story, they were like, oh, and I used to call my great grandmother Mama, and Mama sucked her teeth, and we knew what that meant. So it was a wrap at that point. It was not going to happen. But now, if we have a grandparent to say no, we will say, well, I love this person anyway, and you have nothing to do with that at all. And not understanding that love is not going to sustain your marriage. It does not. Love has never sustained a marriage at all. It just has not, and it will not sustain a marriage. Love is something that actually comes later, and so it's love. It's going to sound weird for some people. Love is another reason why we are not married, or our marriage rates are so low throughout the diaspora, because everything we do is predicated on love. From a traditional perspective, you know when love happens? Some other time. It does not happen on the front end. I do not know any of my elders or any of my friends in Northern Ghana, and I keep stressing Northern Ghana because Southern Ghana is a little bit different. They're a little more westernized, but Northern Ghana is very traditional. I don't know anyone who has gotten married because of love at all. Of course, they liked the person, so there was like there, but there was no love on the front end, and they grew. Not like you're like, well, I don't like this person, so I'm compromising. They're not compromising at all. They have a totally different perspective of marriage because they're coming together for a specific purpose. And so it's not like they compromise and say, well, hopefully one day maybe I may fall in love. Hopefully that's what I want. That's not the attitude. It's we're coming together to build something, to build a family. We're bringing two families together. We are really a perfect match for one another, which has nothing at all to do with love at all. Because we know, I'm sure all of us have been in love on this call, and all of us did not marry the person we fell in love with. We just didn't, because love does not matter at all. And like one of my elders said, when we in the West date, when we do marry, we marry when we have reached the pinnacle of emotions in a relationship, which the pinnacle is love. And once you get to the top, he said, there's no place else to go but down.
Wow.
So we start at the top and we say, oh, I love you so much. Now it's approved, or there's some type of internal approval for me to marry. It's a license to marry when love exists. And so we're at the pinnacle. And once you're there, there's no place else to go but down, because we have to understand love is what? It's an emotion. So which means that it's a roller coaster. It's a true roller coaster. And then once we reach that pinnacle and we marry, we spend the rest of that marriage, guess what? Fighting to sustain that pinnacle. That's what we do. And we're steadily slipping down the slope. And some of us slip very fast. Some of us, we slip very slowly, but nevertheless, it is a slip. It's a steady decline, and we fight and we claw. And we cannot stay there at all because we're ill-equipped to stay there. B, there's no family or community structure in place for us to stay there. Now, what some of you may or may not be thinking, I don't know. However, we may be thinking, okay, so how do we do that? How do we sustain that? And some people may even think to themselves, well, that's how it is there, but we live in a different cultural context. Guess what? This cultural context was created and we adopted it, because even when our ancestors were brought here, we existed in this cultural context. Even post slavery, we still had a different cultural context. As time passed, we chose. It was a choice, not forced on us. It was a choice to adopt a different cultural context for whatever reason. It may have looked better. I don't know. We may have just said what we're doing now doesn't work. I have no clue at all. I have not asked anyone from that era when we began to adopt a different cultural context around relationships and around marriage and around all those things. We did. I have no clue at all, but nevertheless, I do know that we adopted something that actually does not suit us, that actually does not work at the end of the day. Because if it did work, we wouldn't have a gender war that is throughout the diaspora. It's not just in the US, it's not just in the UK, it's not just in Canada. I talk to people all around the diaspora, and it's a gender war that's happening, period. We would not be in a gender war, I promise you that, at all. Just wouldn't be there. So we need to simply collectively, and it does not take, sometimes we think it takes, millions of people to move. But if you look at every great revolution that has taken place, there were not millions of people who moved initially, just a handful of people who said, you know what, I want to do something different. Let's implement something different, and really put forth an effort to implement that. And in the same way that it took generations, plural, for us to get here, it will take generations for us to really adopt a cultural context that works for us. It will. It may not take as many generations, but it will take generations, because we need to begin to raise children in a way where they're born into a family that exists in a certain cultural context. So it becomes a way of life for them, it becomes normal for them. And then it begins to spread just like anything else. So it's simple, but we need patience, because sometimes in the diaspora, we want things to happen like that. And when there's something as great as shifting a cultural context, it takes time for that to happen. And the only time that I've ever seen a shift take place in a short period of time is when there's something that happens that jars us, when we're shaken. Like, for instance, George Floyd, his murder jarred the entire diaspora, and it shook us, and it woke us up, and people began to have a different conversation. And so generally it takes something that jars us to have things move quickly. Outside of that, we just have to be patient and put the appropriate steps in place, and understand that we may not live to see the cultural context that we're creating. We may not live to see that at all. And we have to be fine with that. We have to know that we may not live to see it, however, our children may live to see it. And that's the thing that's important. Because what we're doing today, we're not doing it for ourselves. We're actually doing it for future generations. We're doing it for our ancestors. So when they return, they're returning into a certain cultural context. And we have to be fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with it, because I'm clear. It may or may not fully manifest itself in my lifetime. I'm perfectly fine with that. I have nothing going on with that at all. As long as I know that something is moving, that it started, and there's actually a group of people whom I can pass the baton to and say, finish the race. I'm fine with that, perfectly fine, because we have to understand we're just in the first leg of the race. That's where we are in the entire process. And so that's what needs to be done in order for that to be a shift that happens. And it's really easy. It's not rocket science. It's very, very easy for that to happen. And then we can start changing why we're not married. We can really start shifting that. And then that'll be beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Because if you sit and you look at all of these classifications of generations, Generation X, millennials, whatever. Each generation is said to be something different than the prior generation. And that generation is actually different in many ways. All it is just a different cultural context was created for that generation. And they actually buy into it, they believe it. But the reason that they buy into it and believe it is because someone constantly fed into them, from the parents to media to whomever, constantly fed into them like, this is who you are. And so they believe it. And so when they become adults, it's who they are. And so the same thing or something similar can happen with us, because in a 10-year period, you know, there's several family generations that are born, right? But then you have this massive sort of a global generation. I think it's like a 10-year gap, which constitutes a generation from a global perspective. But from a micro perspective, from meaning on the level of family, it's, you know, one generation after the next, one group of children based upon the generation after the next, right? And so we could actually turn everything around, quotes, quotes, in 10 years or so, in one global generation. It could happen, but it would take something for it to happen. It would take a massive movement for that to happen. So it can happen, because human beings have not changed at all. It's just the information that we're fed. That's the only thing that changes. And we either buy into the information or we don't at all. There's a reason why children are targeted. It's the same reason why when our ancestors were taken, they weren't any of our ages. This just didn't happen. They were children, they were babies. You know, I consider someone 12, 13, 14 as a baby to me. They were babies. So there's a reason why that happened, because they're easy to train, they're easy to manipulate, and no different than the messages that are sent out to children. So I say all that to say we can actually turn things around in a relatively short period of time. If we have the means, we actually do have the resources. If we had the will to do it, we could. That's all it takes, is the will to do it. So for now, I'll stick a pin right there for now, and see if anyone has any questions or comments or anything like that. I'll take
Yeah, there's a question. Thank you for that. There's opened a. I brought a lot of memories as well, because I remember years ago, it's like when you, as you said, you brought somebody home and then say, "What is family name? Who's this? Who are they?" And they used to say they're a bad breed family or something, you know, but you don't hear that now. So yeah, that brought back some memories of how our parents used to be, you know, and our friends' parents used to be, you know. Nobody bring that one back here. You know what I mean? It's like we used to get that.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes.
So,
we couldn't even play with certain children in the neighborhood.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What's it? There was a question. What part or what role does the ancestors play in this, in bringing people together?
Oh, they play a major role in bringing people together. Even without asking, you know, our ancestors to bring us a mate, they actually do bring us mates. But the mates whom they bring us, we may not like them because they may not qualify based upon our list.
Okay.
So they send us mates, they really do. And we get an opportunity to choose. We have free will. And so we choose whether or not, someone is a match for us.
Okay. So because we've got this so-called ideal person, and that the ancestors will bring you somebody, but because they don't quite fit the bill, they might be too short, they might be too big.
Right.
They might have a lisp. So because it doesn't fit your ideal bill, you can miss out on the right one for you.
Correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I just thought about something that happened to me years ago. I was in probably my late 20s. Me and my buddies, we went out on a Friday and we went to this restaurant to eat. There was women at the table. So there was like 5 of us and there were 5 women. So it was like, oh, this is great. So we went over and we introduced ourselves, we sat down, and so we started talking. And so the woman I was talking to, we were having a really good conversation, and she asked, what do you do for a living? And I said, oh, I'm a software engineer. And it's like I said to her that, I had cooties or the heebie-jeebies or something. She frowned and she said, ew, you're a nerd. And like that ended the entire conversation. Totally. It totally ended the entire conversation. And so it was weird. It was odd for me because I had to sit there and in this weird space while my friends were talking to the women that they were talking to. And so I had to sit there for like another hour or so, doing a whole bunch of nothing, waiting for them, to get done. So, and I say that to say, obviously, software engineer is not on her list at all. Whatever is on her list is there. I don't know what it would be. I have no clue what it would be, but software engineer was not there at all. And so we have this list, and the list doesn't work. And I promise you, it's not the same list that our ancestors may have for us at all.
Right.
It's not, because we still turn around at the end of the day when we choose based upon our list, and we'll say, oh man, something told me not to blah, blah, blah. Not to be with this person, or we'll see 1,000 red flags. However, those red flags are not on our list. So we just go with it. So yes.
Yeah.
Yes, our ancestors, they play a major role, even when we go to them and we petition them to bring us a mate. We have to be willing to be with whomever they send to us. And what I mean by be with it, that just means to explore it, to give it a chance and see, and not reject it because he or she is not on our list, so to speak. And so we have to be willing to do that. That's very important. So,
yeah. That does remind me, when you do, as you said, you ask the ancestors for something, you get it, but it's not quite how you want it, so to speak. But as I used to say, be careful what you wish for as well, because you can ask for certain things, but if you don't put everything in that, you'll just get a certain part of that package, but not everything. The other part of the package is, you get the part of the package that you like, but the other part of the package is totally against you, if you get what I mean.
Correct.
So you get the outer look, but the person inside is not what you want.
Yes. I was just about to say that when we petition our ancestors for a mate, I would always suggest petition ways of being first. That is always it should always be at the top of the list. A way of being. How do you want this person to be? Their way of being. It makes that makes a huge difference. Look at having them to send someone with certain ways of being around how life occurs. For example, one of the things that we don't consider in choosing a mate is, how does this person behave when they're disappointed? How does this person behave when life is not working for them? How does this person behave when life is working? How does this person behave when they're receiving great success? Because you could be with someone who receives great success and they sabotage that success. And guess what? You would be considered as success for that person. So they will sabotage the relationship because it's successful. And so we don't take those things into consideration at all. We just don't. We don't know to take those things into consideration. You know, when a person becomes upset, you know, how does life occur to them? That makes a huge difference, you know, in being in a relationship. Where like if someone is upset and they just totally shut down completely, you know, what is that like? Or when a person becomes upset, like you may watch them become upset and they remove themselves or they take themselves away. Well, consider in the relationship when a person becomes upset, they could take their love away from you. And that's just as bad, if not worse, than some physical abuse. And it's been proven that it is. It's psychological, you know, and emotional abuse when someone does that. And so we want to take those things into consideration when we're petitioning our ancestors for a mate, you know, because if we look at our list, the list that I've seen have nothing or very few things to do with the longevity of a relationship. They just don't at all, for the most part. I'm thinking about it now, and I have not seen anyone's list at all that has much, if anything, to do with the longevity of a relationship. Just doesn't at all. And, you know, we have to really begin to redefine what submissiveness means. And the reality of it is that submissiveness really means cooperation. At the end of the day, that's all it means is cooperation. And really nothing more, nothing less than that. You know, when I watch my elders in their marriages, it's cooperation. That's what it is. Everyone is cooperating at the end of the day. And that's what submissiveness is. It's cooperation. On the male side and the female side is cooperation at the end of the day. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions or comments?
Yeah, there is. There's something that just come to mind as well for me. Is that when you're younger, as you said, that list is different from when you're older. Because I know I hear that a lot of people who is in the older years would just like a companion or somebody to be with, you know, as company. Whereas when you're younger, that's really wasn't on the list. So things change as your age changes, you know. I can hear it echo back. But there was a question, the difference between feelings and love.
Well, so you have love. Love is an emotion, right? And then what follows love is a feeling. So love comes there as an emotion, right? Because we love our parents, our siblings, our friends. So love sits there. And I know in the West, we chop love up into all this other stuff, right? We chop it up into categories. But love sits there. And then the emotion that we actually choose to attach to that love actually brings rise to our actions. So we can love someone, especially like in the beginning. It's this state of euphoria that exists, for many people. And the person can do no wrong, and our emotions are very high, and we choose to actually allow our emotions to become high like that. And we can love someone else and choose not to have the emotions there. It's a choice at the end of the day. I mean, it really is. And love itself, it just kind of sits here. It just does. It sits on its own in the same way that anger just sits out on its own. And we can become in a state of anger in the same way we can be in a state of love. And then the emotions actually follow that. And we choose the emotions that we attach to the love based upon the person. We choose that. It's a choice based upon how that person, in many instances, make us feel. And the way they make us feel usually is based upon some list or something we have that says, this means that this person loves me, or this means something. And then we actually say, okay, we choose to love this person. And then we attach all of these emotions to that. And then we produce whatever outcome we produce from that. I hope that answered the question. If it didn't, I can.
No, I hope so. I'm trying to find a question here because somebody's put, the thing keeps on jumping.
Something from Bernice Gale.
Sorry?
Bernice Gale, she's asked a question of Chief Montana. She says, I was born in Jamaica from African parents. The family was mostly women without males. It's gone. The family was mostly women without males, yet there were babies being born. I'm talking about being a child at the age of 7. I have never seen or been to a marriage ceremony. Does that mean the women and men not in love, but for mating? Can you talk about this, please?
Yes, I can. And so that's one of the reasons why people will marry from a traditional perspective. It's bringing two families together. It's producing, children, because your children are your pride. And so for you not to have children is not something that is favorable at all. It just is not. And so it's very common within traditional cultures, for people to marry and then have children within like the first, not have to, or to be pregnant like immediately. If you're not pregnant within the first year, you're questioned. People ask whether or not you're okay. Do you need to go see an elder to have a divination to find out why you're not pregnant? No one says that, oh, I'm going to get married and then we're going to have children in 5 years. It's like marriage, you're going to have children right away, because your children are your pride. Your children are who carry on the legacy of the family. And so they are a priority, and we don't necessarily have them as a priority. And in regards to marriage, even from a traditional perspective, the marital ceremonies that I've gone to are so different than what we do here in the West. There are no vows that are taken. Nobody says, I promise to blah, 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 whatever those promises are. Matter of fact, one of my elders says all the time that, wow, you guys tell each other all these lies on your wedding day. He said, you all tell each other things that you cannot sustain. You make promises that you cannot uphold. And those promises are only good in the moment in which they're made. A week from now, your life looks different. A year from now, your life looks totally different. And so because life is so dynamic and it's not static, those vows are made invalid on a consistent basis. And so they don't make those kind of promises to one another at all. And the marital ceremony, it's the ones that I participated in, it's a ritual, and you involve the ancestors in that ceremony, and it doesn't last long. And you basically have your ancestors to stand behind the success of this union is what you do. And then once you do that, you perform the ritual, then the parents of the bride, they'll eat a meal, and so after they eat the meal, it's done. And then the groom comes and he picks up the bride sometime in the evening after, there's some other rituals that are done also. So they don't, at no point from what I've seen, do they stand before each other and say some words or make some declarations or make some promises. That doesn't happen. All those things happen prior to the marriage because the elders of the groom actually go and speak on behalf of the groom to the elders of the bride's family. The groom is he's never involved in any of that at all. He's just not. His elders are, and the elders of the groom are. Of the bride are. And the bride just has to say, yes, she wants to be married in a nutshell. And once she says that, then her family will eat kola nut that was given from the elders of the groom. And the moment they bite that kola nut, they're actually married. But then there's some other traditional things that happen, right? But the moment that kola nut is bitten, once they chew it, it's accepted. They're technically married. And so she can never date anyone else. He can't date anyone else at that point. But leading up to that point, they want to date other people they can. But the moment that kola nut is chewed, that seals it. And it's really that simple. And then the other traditional things happen because she needs to go and spend time with the groom's mother. And then there's a whole process around that where they send a delegation to the house of the bride, to home of the bride, to bring her to his family home. And so all those things happen leading up to the final day when these specific rituals are performed. But technically, they're married the moment the kola nut is chewed by the elders of the bride's family. That's when they're married, really. So yeah. So I hope that answered the question. Give me 1 second. I need my laptop is dying. I need to plug it in.
Okay. I will come to you, Paula, because I see you got your hand up. So when Chief comes back, and if there's anybody else who's got any questions, don't be afraid to put your hand up or raise your hand or unmute yourself and ask a question. So I'm sure you got some questions that's come up throughout all what he's saying.
Yeah, there's some questions in the chat that maybe people might want to, you know, ask.
Okay. So if you've written something
think
in the
they
chat,
want
would you like to
read
ask them?
for them.
Sorry?
I was saying that I think some people would like for you to read them for
Yeah.
them. The
Yeah.
question.
I was reading out a couple of them earlier on. So,
Okay, I'm back.
okay. You got a question from Paula. Paula, you like to unmute yourself and ask your question? You've raised your hand, Paula? Maybe she raised her hand in error. Has anybody else got any questions?
Oh, yes, I do.
Anne-Marie.
Latoya.
Hello. Oh,
Anne-Marie.
yeah. Oh, I did write it. I think I wrote it on the email. But he did mention in the beginning about being married, but you don't want to be. Well, I'm actually not. I'm actually not married. But for me, it was choosing the right person. And I'm looking after my parents now, and I'm beginning to feel, this is one of the mistakes I've made, you know. Quite a few I've made, but this is one of the mistakes I've made, not to be married. I'm beginning to regret not being married. Even though I'm quite capable, I'm happy on my own and everything else, but looking after my parents, I can see how important that actually is, because when you're ill, when you're getting older, family, friends, or whatever don't really care. I shouldn't really say that, let's say it like that, but to me, I feel, you know, most of my parents are 86, and most of their friends have passed away now and everything else, but there's people that don't actually come and see them. We have a few people that phone up to find out how they are, how they're doing, but to me, I just feel people don't care. In this country, if they were back home, maybe in their own country, Grenada, then, you know, how's your mum, how's your dad? People will come around and help and whatever, but yeah, but no, that's my little regret, actually. And to me, I never found the right person, so I didn't get married.
Mm.
And my parents didn't like, I should really say as well, to be really honest, my parents did not like, I do have a daughter, and my parents did not like the father, still don't, and maybe I didn't bring home the right people, let's say.
Right.
And so we
Hard.
tend in the diaspora to date based upon chance. And I know growing up, there were women. I don't remember any men doing this, but there's always a woman who would say, "Oh, I have a friend with, you know, a lovely daughter," or "I know someone who you would be a good match with." So there was like these unofficial, quote unquote, matchmakers in the community who would look at a child or you know, look at a child and say, "Oh, so your daughter's not married. Oh, I know this woman or this family. It's a great family. They would be a good match for this person." And so there was no, like, your mating wasn't left up to chance in the way that we do it here, like in today's world. And so that's something that we actually will lean on once we find, not everybody, but I've seen it happen time and time again. We will lean on matchmaking. We won't call it that once we've exhausted all of our options. And sometimes that takes years. Because the moment you say to yourself, or you say to your friends or whomever, do you have any friends who are single, who are available? You're actually calling for a matchmaker, because you become clear, whether it's consciously or subconsciously, that whatever you're doing is not working at all. And even within, tradition, I've seen this happen also. If you're not married, They don't leave it up to chance. If you don't have someone by, I'm not going to say like age 25, but whatever age, the elders in your family deem you should be married. If you're not married, they will say to you, they said this to a friend of mine, if you do not bring someone by the next festival, which was Salah, if you don't bring someone by then we will have someone for you to marry. It was simple. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about whether or not this person would get married. They would be married by the next Salah, by the next major traditional ceremony or festival. Yeah, Salah is a festival, by the next major festival. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, okay. I'm thinking like, it's a year from now or something like that. No, it was like a month and a half later. So they had to bring someone and present them to the family. And this was a female friend of mine. And a male friend of mine, something similar happened where, his elders went to him and they said, gather yourself. And when an elder comes to you and they say, gather yourself, that means it's time for you to get married, period. And he was married within 30 days of them saying that. There's no chance. The only chance that exists is, okay, if you can go out and look, but if you can't find anyone, and then if they don't meet, if they're not a match for you, because they'll do divinations. So just because you find someone to date, it does not mean that it's someone who you will marry or they will allow you to marry. They have to do an investigation. That's what they call it. And they will investigate, and they will do divinations. They will go in the community and find out about the family. They do these in-depth investigations, this whole vetting process, very detailed. And first of all, if the divination says no, it's a wrap. It's just not going to happen. That's first and foremost. And if the divination says yes, that you're a good match for this person, then they will do further investigations to make sure that this person is a suitable husband or wife, for you. And so we're not married because we go out and base everything on chance. So when you say, oh, you met people who weren't suitable or whatever that was, in whatever way they were not suitable, that's dating based upon chance. It's like rolling the dice, like playing roulette. Is what it's like. And so that's how we move in the diaspora. And it contributes greatly to us not being married. It really does. It really, really does. So.
Okay, we've got a question from Sister M Queen. You got a hand raised?
Well, there's 3 hands raised at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah, Sister M Queen is one of them. Paula didn't reply before, and then we've got Marvina.
Yeah.
Greetings, Auntie Jean, Auntie Paul, Patricia,
Hotep.
Chief, Montana, Sister Dawn. Greetings, everyone. My question, what you're saying is just like, it's really nice and great to hear the other side or the original. But you don't have to answer this question, Chief, but you're still single, right? What have they said to you? but on the other side, what happens to those who's mature and still want to get married? The ceremony, you was talking about the ceremony of the bride's parents doing what they do. What happens to the mature folk?
Oh,
Once they get married,
excellent.
over 40, 50.
Yes. So So what happens is, oh, this is great. So one of my elders, he transitioned about a year and a half ago, roughly. He was 121 when he transitioned.
Gosh, wow.
He outlived, you know, I don't know how many times he was married, but he outlived his wives up to the last one. Okay, she's still living. And every time one of his wives transitioned, the other elders presented him with another wife.
Okay.
And so because they'll say that you should not be alone, whether it's male or female, it doesn't matter. You should not be alone in life. You should always have companionship, always. So those who are a bit older, like in their 40s, there's always someone for you. And so you that's why I say you hard pressed to find someone over the age of 30 who is not married.
Mhm.
It's very difficult to find that.
Wow.
Extremely. So even if you're widowed, even if you're divorced, there's always someone there who they'll find. And this person will more than likely be someone who has been widowed, more than likely, because the only reason I say that is because most of the people over 30 are married. They really are. They really, really are. And, oh man, I don't know if should I say this?
Yeah. Yes, say it.
So, what I'm gonna say, I have seen it, but I have never spoken it to any person who I have divined for. Okay. And it's this. Every woman who wants to be a wife is not suitable to be, no, let me back up. It's more suitable to be a second wife. I've seen it. But to say that to a woman in the diaspora, like, it's funny, I'll sit there and the woman would say, oh, I want to be married and blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, ooh, you're not going to be married and be a first wife. It's clear. And then my spirits will say, do not, and I'll get ready to say it. And they said, do not say that at all. So I'll just kind of zip it and not say it because, we're not raised to view marriage in that way. And we don't understand. It's just like everyone isn't suitable to lead. It's no difference. Every woman is not suitable to be like an only wife. They will actually operate better within the confines of a marriage where there's a first wife and they may be the second wife. They actually will flourish in that. And some signs of that is, this is not the only thing, but I'm going to say this is a sign. It's not the only. Some signs of that is if you're someone who finds yourself in situations where, like, wow, wait a minute, how did I get here? This man has a woman and I'm like this other woman. You find yourself in those situations, then you may want to do some further investigation, because that may be what's best suited for you. And when you're in that situation, you're fine until something brings it to your attention that is something that should not be. And then you become like, oh, wait a minute, time out. No. And so you may find, if you find yourself in that situation, I would actually do some further investigating and look and see. because everyone isn't suitable enough to actually manage and run a household. They're just not. It's nothing. Doesn't mean it's good or bad. You're just not. Just like everybody's not suitable enough to run a business. A lot of people have to be employees. They just do. And they may attempt to start a business, and the business continues to not be successful. As hard as they try, they may have desires to be an entrepreneur. It's not going to happen. They're not suitable enough for that. They're not built for that. And so that is, I was going to talk about that later, but it kind of came up a little bit. That is another reason why we are not married, period. And the same thing with men. Every man is not built to have more than one wife.
Right. Even though they desire it.
Yes. Yes, exactly. From a traditional perspective, a man, like, he knows that if, for example, if he cannot afford to provide a living space or a home for every single wife, he's not suitable. He's
right.
clear about that. He's like, nah, I'm not gonna be able to do that at all. If he cannot treat, care for, and be with wife one and wife two equally, he is not suitable at all. But they're clear about that. So they don't jump into some deep water knowing that they can't swim. They don't do that.
Right.
At all, just because it's some type of desire that they may have. And that desire is rooted in some Western ideology about something, who knows? But it is not rooted in, from a traditional perspective. It just is not. Nope. So that is that.
Okay.
Navina, you got another question? Sister and Queen, you've got another question?
Well, is crazy, right? Not crazy, but my thoughts of men cheating. I mean, women do it too, right? But men cheating and having this woman and that woman and that woman. And I spoke with a man, and I was saying, could it be that the original men, like you said, can have multiples, but them knowing, and because we are in the European mindset that one woman, one wife, and that's come from Christianity and what have you. But could it be that the original, like you said, can have more than one wife? And you've just confirmed my thoughts and my inner self. And so would it be said that it's okay for the same for the women?
So it depends upon it depends on the tradition, right? Because there are some ethnic groups where that exists totally. But the woman has to be able to and have the capacity, to take care of things in a similar way, not just have men and they just out working, and not that one, but she has to be able to take care of things in a similar manner. If that is the case, definitely. I know of, so I've done some research in this area, because I used to do a podcast years ago. We had this episode on polygamy. Is it Nepal? I think it may be Nepal. Just say for the sake of argument, that's where it is. There are women who have multiple husbands, and they have no issue with that at all. Just nothing goes on. And what they do in regards to children is, regardless of whose child it is, because they really don't know in most instances, there's one of the husbands who will say he will be the primary father, regardless of, whose child it actually is. And what they do is to keep down conflict is the only time that there's two men in the house is for a very short period of time, because one goes off to work and he works far away and the other one's home. And say, for example, he may go off work for 6 months. When he comes back, he's in the home, with the other husband for a given period of time. And then the other husband goes off to work for 6 months. And so this is how they operate within the context of the relationship to keep things balanced, so to speak. And so different cultures who practice it actually view it differently, and they will have whatever rules they have around polygamy, however that looks for them. Period. But for a woman, from what I've seen, she has to be able to support, not like the men are sitting around doing nothing. They're going to go out and work and do whatever they do. But there has to be something in her that innately that allows her to support that marriage in a certain way. Does that make sense? So that it all works at the end.
Sorry to stay on this point, but does the woman who has multiple partners or husbands, does her role changes if she was the second wife?
Say that one more time. Say it again.
If a woman has more than one partner,
yes,
or more than one husband, does her role as a woman in that changes to the woman who is the first wife or second wife or third wife?
Oh, does her role change? It would change in having to accommodate, a second partner or multiple partners. It changes in that way, yeah. Because she has to be able to accommodate those additional husbands in the same way. Because a man would have to be able to accommodate, additional wives in the same way. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Marvina, welcome.
Thank you so
You've been
much.
Very patient.
No, I'm learning. And sometimes just thank you to everyone. Thank you to Auntie Jean, Auntie Patricia, Auntie Dawn, and everybody here, all the elders in this room. As a young woman, I've been married. I got married young. I got married at 24. I'm Nigerian. We did the whole collar knot and the libation. But what I didn't do, I wasn't spiritually woken to know exactly what the procedure prior. There was investigations and there was information given, but we were still tied to this Western knowledge of love, and he makes me smile and it's all great. And even though the spirit was talking, but then I was too young to listen and know how to differentiate. And this lesson right now is something that I pray that other young people can learn from. I feel like it's so needed before we jump into situationships, which they're called nowadays. My cheating, coming from a household where my dad has multiple wives and keeps his multiple wives happy in their lovely houses, altogether. I was never, from the Delta region, it's not a big deal if a man has more than one wife. But what's different is having wives and cheating. And people need to be able to say what that clear line is. Because if you're just going out to procreate, that's different. But if you are not clear spiritually who you choose to call your partner, it causes problem. And this is the only thing I wanted to ask question about. When you pick the wrong partner and you've done those libation and the traditional links, and you married and you've created beautiful children, and I thank my ancestors for what they brought through me with my two beautiful children. I feel there's so ties to partners that, unfortunately, let me just make it plain. Okay, sorry, I'm being a little bit shy because I feel like I'm talking in front of elders, and this is the first time in years I can be open and raw about this, because as a Black woman, I'm meant to be strong, and if your marriage breaks down, it's your fault. But this young man, when I married him, I saw the flaws, but at the same time, love is love, and you're just thinking with your emotions, and you're trying to fit the status quo, as Chief said, which is a certain age. As a Nigerian, you're meant to be married, and if you don't want someone to pick someone for you, you need to pick someone for yourself and deal with the consequence with whatever it is. They say divorce is not an option, but this young man kept cheating, and the cheating was not my problem. It was who he chose to lay with, because spiritually, I felt like I was battling people on a regular basis. In my dreams, in my life, things were not going right. And then the resentment in your success, it kept going back and forth. And maybe I was childish and I didn't do all the things I was meant to do as a wife. So it's not even wanting to be married, but knowing what you're meant to do as a wife too. The Western standards has really corrupted how we sometimes see our mindsets as young women in marriage. And you're fighting between logic and your innate abilities. So my question is, now I'm coming through the separation now, and in my whole life, I've never been single. So I'm single now for a year plus, and it's single by choice, because when there are men out there, there are people, if I call an elder tomorrow and said I wanted a man, I can find one. But what I'm doing is taking some time, and I feel like I need to undo some bonds around me. I feel like I need to cleanse myself and really tune into spirit before I make the next move, and be able to listen and decipher what's being said. What tips would you give to women who might have, unknowingly to them, encountered entities in their procedure for love? And how do they cleanse themselves? How do they refocus and align themselves to whatever the purpose of the ancestors are? I don't know if that makes sense, but there will be a follow-up question to that one. But like, what's the first stage now for someone who might have made some choices over the years and now wants to almost declutter, cut that cord, that soul tie, and reopening the spiritual pathway to meet the right person, and be able to listen clearly to what the ancestors are saying? What steps does she have to take? And also, where are these divine men? Like, how do you know that that person is spiritually kind to your spirit? And because we don't have the access to the things we have back home, like in Nigeria, where you will be able to go to someone to be able to do that reading for you. How do you know that this person is not going to be a blocker to your destiny instead of a pathway to enhance that? And I know love is not everything. As you said, love is on one hand and anger is another, but I'm here to learn. So I'll start with that one first.
Sorry, Chief. Sorry, yeah. Chief Montana. Can I just say something first of all, please? This is Shez. Marvin, thank you so much for speaking your truth. Okay, and you're in a safe space. So yeah, we're here to support each other. I just wanted to say that quickly and just to say thank you. Okay, thank you, Chief Montana.
Thank you.
Yes, you're definitely in a very safe space. And, you know, I'm glad you brought up, the points you brought up, and I'm glad that you had the courage to speak. Because I always say when the only way that we could ever have transformation is being in a space where we're willing to be vulnerable and say what there is for us to say instead of holding it in, because it kills us. It's like one of my elders always says, like, we will walk around as human beings and we will literally do this. We'll say, it's all subconscious, but he'll say, it's like we're like, okay, I'm gonna drink poison, but I'm gonna watch you die.
Mm.
We do that. And we're the only people who are suffering because we're holding things in. And the other person, they're just off living life like do 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 do. They're not thinking about us. And so, I commend you for having the courage and just feeling that this is a safe space, for you to express yourself. Now, wow, so many things I want to address in what you've said. So let me see if I can address all of it. Yes, there's a huge distinction between cheating and having like multiple wives. I met this woman. Um, I was at, what was this, back in July, I think, when I was in Ghana. And she had come to see one of my elders and she was sitting there. So, we were all sitting down talking. And she was just like, she was like, oh, something must have happened. She didn't go into detail in her marriage, but I kind of put two and two together. And she said, I don't care if my husband has multiple wives. I just don't want him cheating. And the way she said it, I was like, okay, something happened. Definitely. So yes, there's a huge distinction. One is deception, and the other is acceptance. That's the difference. That is the difference between the two. Also, now, when you're with someone, whether you marry them or is someone where you're in a situationship with, you're doing Netflix and chill, regardless. When you're intimate with someone, you actually acquire what's called debt. And that is why, you had these dreams and all these things about these other people and these experiences. And I'm sure it probably also put you on some type of emotional roller coaster as well. Because not only do you acquire the debt of your mate, but you acquire the debt of every person that your mate has been with as well. And we wear it like this coat of weight, like this big jacket, but it's weighted down. And all of the energy, especially the unfavorable stuff, we take all of that on from our mate and the partners who our mate has been with. And it is a huge spiritual impact on us. It is huge. This is why what happens sometimes is, if you are with your mate and say you go to, I don't know, a dinner party, and someone who your mate has been with is there, whether you know it or not, alarms and bells start bing, ding, 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 ding. Things start happening. It's something about the person. If you don't know, like, something about that, something about this is not right. You know it's not. And you know it's not because you're actually connected to that person through your partner. And if you know it, of course, you're clear about something. It's not right. You're clear about that. And many times there's some type of conflict that will happen as a result. And that conflict happens because of debt. There's like a spiritual battle or war that actually takes place. And you're fighting each other spiritually. And sometimes it will trickle down and you end up getting to a physical altercation, either with the other person or with your mate, or verbal, whatever it is. Something happens because spiritually there's a war being waged. And there are rituals that are performed to actually cleanse yourself of that debt. Within my tradition, we have rituals. We have those rituals that are performed. And so what we do is we perform a ritual. There are herbs that we bathe in for 7 days, and it cleanses away all of your debt, regardless of whom you've acquired that debt from. It does not matter. And so it frees you. It breaks the soul tie that exists. And we have to understand that there's not just a soul tie between you and your husband. There's a soul tie between you and the women that he's been with. So there are multiple ties that exist, but many times we only view it as being, oh, I'm just tied to this one person. Nah, you're tied to everybody that person has been with. And so that needs to be broken. And this is something that men need to do and women need to do, definitely. So yes, there's something that can be done for that. We, like within my tradition, if you don't have access to it back home, we do that for people all the time. And we'll just have the ritual performed. We'll send you the herbs. All you do is bathe in the herbs. There's black medicine that you eat, and you eat the black medicine. As you bathe in the herbs, as you eat the black medicine, you say that you're eating this to cleanse you of all of your debt that you have acquired from your husband, or whomever, if you weren't a virgin before you got married, whomever you were with, prior to marriage, and you declare and you say that little prayer that this is what you're doing. It's like a command, and you do it for 7 days, and then you're finished. And I know I've done it before. I know of some other people I know who've done it, and I can tell you my personal experience. It's like someone pressed a reset button that I did not know needed to be reset from a spiritual perspective of being tied to people. And I had an ex who I still liked, but I knew us being together it wasn't going to work. And after performing that ritual, I really just viewed her as a friend. It was the weirdest thing ever. She just seemed like a friend, nothing more. For me, there was no additional attraction, towards her in regards to anything romantic. There's no romantic attraction. And I just viewed her, she's a good friend. That's it. That is it. And so, yes, there are things that can be done for that. And we all need to do that. Everyone, especially those of us who are in the diaspora, because unfortunately, we do not our view of sex is the same view that we have of going into a store to buy candy. It's on the shelf. Just get the candy I want. It's what it is. As a matter of fact, I can get a Snickers. I can get, whatever other kind of candy. Peppermint, whatever. And you can buy all this candy. And so that's how we view it from a Western perspective. So those of us in the diaspora, we all need that. We definitely do. And the more partners you've had, the stronger the medicine that is needed to cleanse you. Because you're carrying a lot of debt, a lot. And you do not have to tell the elder, oh, this is my list. The divination will say, oh, this person needs these herbs, these herbs, these herbs, and these herbs. And we automatically know, okay, this is some heavy cleansing that needs to take place. And so that's how we know. The divination tells us. But nevertheless, yes, there's definitely things that need to be done, and that can be done for that will actually break soul tie and cleanse you from the debt that you're carrying from his infidelity. Yes, absolutely. So I hope that answered your question.
That does so much, and I think you just kind of lifted, because when I tried to explain this to somebody else, they told me that you think you must be crazy. And I explained to them that spiritually, I knew each time my husband strayed away, and it would be so heavy, how quick. And I never fought him. That's the funny thing. I don't fight over that. It sounds great for a young woman. I know a lot of people look to me as, you weren't bothered about the cheating. I was bothered about the impact on me. Because when you have other women longing for him, they're going to be wishing you ill things too, as the wife. They're going to be wishing ill arguments. The man turned into something I didn't even recognize. And as you said, there was that physical encounter. That was the breaking point, where he could not even understand why he would act a certain way. And he's not violent in a natural capacity, but over the years, it just got to that point. And I think it's so important for us as, well, I'm 35, I'm just going to say my age. I'm proud of my age anyway. I'm not, and I'm happy that I'm around elders because there's so much responsibility that needs to be impacted into the younger generation, for the young people, whoever, anyone listening to this. Soul ties are so real, and it does stop your progression as a person. It's like a mental fog, and it's like you're carrying weights. Imagine when you were fat and you lost weight, and then you're wondering, why do I have all this heavy weight on me? And you can't find or shake it off. So what you just said is so transformative, in almost an acknowledgement that it's not in my mind, because there's no other way to explain it than that, really. But for someone looking to open up after they do that activity, what kind of, how do you build your spirituality so you're a little bit closer? If you notice, I'm not talking about getting the man, I'm talking about building the connection so I can hear clearly. I can hear and feel clearly from my ancestors, and I could follow what their divine path is for me, because I know love will locate me. I don't need to chase it. I know the right person will find me and hack into my spirit. But what I need to do is clear the path and empty my rooms and make sure the blessings that are about to come have space to live in that space, that any toxic habits that I have that makes me not the nurturing woman, I have no problem to submit. I can only submit to a man with a mission and a purpose. So what are the things that we need to start thinking about? And that's my last question, and I'll let everybody else ask questions. But thank you so much. I'm honored.
Oh, okay, you're welcome. So this is what you do. And it's an excellent question, actually. So what we must begin to do is build an intimate relationship with our ancestors and trust what we know. Because our ancestors will give us a directive. They don't give us conversation. That conversation is us evaluating the directive. Our ancestors will say, do this. And it's very cut and dry. It's not do this and this will happen. And no, it's like, go right. And then we choose whether to go right or left, but we will evaluate the directive. And in that evaluation, we'll say, well, last time I went to the right, this happened. Well, you know, last time I did this, blah, blah, blah. That's us having a conversation with ourselves about the directive. And we will begin to answer the directive. That's a funny thing about being human. So it's just really, what I would suggest is really pulling your ancestors closer to you. And the way that I suggest doing that is calling upon them on a regular basis and having them to help you to create the context for your day. And what that means is we have an idea of how of what we're facing each day. And so calling your ancestors and saying, oh, okay, I have a meeting at 11 a.m. at whatever location. And you tell them to go before you to that meeting and set the context for that meeting so you can have the results you want. One of the things I do all the time is I'll call my ancestors. I love to laugh and joke around. And so I tell them on a daily basis to bring laughter into my day. And without failure, there's not a day that passes where I do not laugh. I mean, I laugh every single day because that's what I enjoy doing. And it could happen at the end of the day, sometimes the middle of the day, sometimes in the morning, sometimes throughout the day. But without failure, I will crack up. I will laugh just, oh my goodness. I laugh so hard. You know, you laugh hard, your throat tightens up a little bit, your back tightens up, and you can barely move sometimes. That's how I'll end up laughing like that. So you begin to do those things, and they will actually become or actually move closer to you because they want us to be successful in life. That's what they want. They don't just want ancestral like veneration. They want us to give them things to do. That's what they want. And so when you begin to do those things, then they'll actually, draw themselves or move closer to you, and you can hear them very loud. Like I hear my ancestors. It's as loud as you and I are talking right now. That's how loud it is for me. And I'm very clear that, okay, this is them talking, and so this is something that I need to do. So that's what I would suggest doing. And there was something else I was gonna say. Let me see.
Perhaps if we move on to the next question, it may come back to you.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay,
Paula,
Latoya, got your hand raised?
Paula's had her hand raised for a longer time.
She put in the chat that was a mistake.
Okay.
So probably a mistake again. Latoya.
Hi, hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. My question was, so are we saying that marriage is overrated in the West? Because from what I've been hearing is that it sounds like traditions and things like that have been forgotten. So is there any hope for us single ladies left in the West?
Yes, I would say that marriage is underrated and misunderstood. I would phrase it that way, more than it being overrated. Overrated to me means that it was more than it's cooked out to be, So yes, it's very underrated and very much misunderstood. And yes, there's beyond hope, whatever's beyond hope for single women and single men, throughout the diaspora. Absolutely. You just have to tell your ancestors that, tell them that you're ready. Oh, this is what I was going to say earlier. So I'm glad you asked this question. So I did remember. So you tell them that you're ready, right? But you have to understand something. When you say that you're ready for marriage, does that mean that you're ready for marriage? Does it mean that? I argue no, it does not. Because we all walk around with inadequacies. So you can say, I'm ready for marriage, bring me a mate. And they'll say, oh, is that right? So you're ready, huh? And you will say, yes, I'm definitely ready. And they will say, okay, we'll do that. However, there's a few things we need to do to prepare you for what you say that you want. Because who you are today is someone who is inadequate or inefficient enough to be in a sustainable marriage, because you have inadequacies. We all do. And so when you say that you're ready for marriage or ready for anything in life, we're talking about marriage, your ancestors will actually go to work on having you to address your inadequacies. And it takes something to address those things, because those are the things that up to this point have had you to not be in a successful relationship that leads to marriage. But you have to be willing to be with them, because they will take them and they will literally throw them in your face. So they will expose them. That's what that means. So you have to deal with them and get them handled. And until you're willing to deal with them and get them handled, you will walk around single. Because if not, you will be single at some point again anyway. So it's best to deal with them when they bring them up. And, I will tell you from personal experience that dealing with your inadequacies, it is very uncomfortable. It is. Because your inadequacies are not like who you see yourself as being. It's not. You don't see yourself as being your inadequacies. You see yourself as being, ready for marriage. And you look at all of your strengths in regards to marriage. You don't look at inadequacies in regards to marriage in yourself. You don't. I don't care if it's a man or a woman. We don't do that at all. Because for most people to look at those things is painful. It's embarrassing. It's not something that we want to deal with. We want to continue to brush it under the rug. And so when you go to your ancestors and you say that, like, this is what you want in any aspect of life, consider that the moment you declare that you want something, A, they're going to go to work on assisting you with attaining that thing, and B, you're not adequate enough to deal with what you say you want anyway. So you have to go through, it's sort of like an initiation process. You have to go through that in order to be at a point in your life where you can deal with it, because what you need to be able to do is to sustain whatever you say you want. Can you sustain it? That's the question.
Just a quick one as well. Sorry to cut you. I was having a conversation and was talking about marrying up. So as opposed to marrying to be comfortable, marrying up. Do you think that that's a problem that a lot of women are trying to do, is marry up as opposed to marry to be comfortable?
Yes, I absolutely, yeah, I do. Because marrying up, this is the deal with marrying up, right? A, how high up is marrying up? And then what is the percentage of eligible men in that up category? And do you have access to them? That's the question. Nothing wrong with marrying up. That's fine. And are you in a position where you're able to be with someone of the caliber of man that you say you want? Are you that? And if you're not, it's going to turn out how it turns out. And so, this whole like marrying up thing is very interesting to me. because when you marry up, what are you bringing to the up? Because you're down, obviously, if you're marrying up, you're definitely down. So what are you bringing to the up? You don't even have up to bring to the up because you're down. If you had up to bring to the up, then you would be on your level. You already be there. So can you even sustain yourself in the up? So I have nothing against marrying up. Are you adequate enough to be there? That's always my question. And what are you bringing to the up? And I argue there's nothing you're bringing to the up because you're trying to get up there to acquire what's up. You know, it's like if I already have my master's, why would I go and get my master's? It just makes sense. You're attempting to acquire something that you don't have when you go up. So that's just my view of it. I have nothing against it. You know, people want to go up, they can. I think there's more important things to consider. As I stated earlier, when we look at that list, are the things on that list adequate enough to sustain a marriage? And I argue that marrying up is not something that sustains a marriage. It just does not. It shouldn't even be on the list at all. It should not. It's like, these people who every year, oh, we're coming up on the end of the year. This is going to be great. You all have friends like this, and I'm sure some of you may be like this. At the beginning of each year, on January the 1st, we go through that friends list and start slicing people. Do it every year, every single year. We slice people because they're not whatever, or they are whatever, and we don't want that. But if we look at the list that we slice, it's the same people, meaning same personalities, just look different names, different heights, whatever. So it's not the people, it's you. You need to bring yourself up, so to speak, quotes around that. You need to do that. It's not the men, and men is not the women. It's not what it is. It's us. And it's like when I started on my journey, when I started doing this work, and this is why I say, like, from a traditional perspective, you don't really throw people away. It just really doesn't happen. It takes a lot for somebody to be really like kicked out of the community, But when I started doing this work, I noticed that people around me started disappearing. I didn't excommunicate them. They literally started like just falling off. And it wasn't until I sat down, like, man, I haven't talked to my boy in a long time. And then when I talked to him, it was like talking to an alien. I can tell like we were on two totally different wavelengths. Totally different. So when you do the work, especially doing the work from a spiritual perspective, and of course, always, people need counseling, whatever they need, do that work also. But when you do it from a spiritual perspective, you will notice that people will automatically just begin to fall off because you level yourself up to a level in which those people cannot sustain themselves on that level. So they fall off. There's nothing bad about it. I never had an argument with anyone, never fell out with them. They just kind of fell off. And that's what happens. And so you level yourself up. And I always say, level yourself up spiritually first. Do that first. And you will see what kind of results you get. And you'll be amazed at the results. And to do that, it's just really, it's as simple as developing an intimate relationship with your ancestors. That's where you start. Because they're the foundation of all of it, period. As a matter of fact, you are an ancestor, period. You are, who happens to be existing in this lifetime. That's it. And your ancestors are really kind of like your peers, so to speak. So that's what I have to say about that.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Okay, Dawn or Paula, are you there? Do you
Just-
ask a question or is it another mistake? Sorry, Dawn. Paula? Okay, Dawn.
No, I
over
was
to
just
you.
going to quickly ask Chief to run through the process again of doing the invocation for the ancestors with the bowl and the water, for those that are new to the platform.
Oh, sure, absolutely, absolutely. So it's very, very simple. It's very simple. Y'all ready for this? It's as simple as rocket science. No, I'm just joking. It's very easy. So all you need is a bowl made out of natural material. It can be a calabash. It can be a wooden bowl. It can be a clay bowl. It can be glass, any natural material. And this bowl needs to be a new bowl if you don't currently have a bowl that you do spiritual work with, that you use for spiritual work. Cannot be a bowl that you've eaten porridge out of or cereal or whatever. Not that one. Nope. Has to be a new bowl or a bowl that you currently use for spiritual work. The next item you need is water. Good drinking water. So it can be spring water, filtered water, purified water, alkaline water, whatever. Any water except water directly out of the faucet, because it just has too much junk in it. And so we have to understand that when we pour libation, we're not just pouring it for the sake of pouring it, it's poured for consumption. And so you want to make sure that whenever you're doing any spiritual work, that you want to give like the highest quality of whatever you're using in that spiritual work as possible. In the same way, like you wouldn't put trash in your body. Well, some people do, but knowingly, you would knowingly eat poison. You just wouldn't do that. So you need some water. And what you want to do next, you want to pour some water into the bowl. The bowl does not have to be half full. It can be less than half. I always recommend less than half because you're not going to use a whole lot of water. Once you have poured water in the bowl, you can take your hand, which I had a bowl here. You take your hand, just say that this is the bowl on this hand here. So you take your hand, dip it into the water, and you just start flicking the water wherever you are. You do not need to be at an altar. You do not need to be at a shrine. You can be outdoors, you can be indoors. It doesn't matter where you are, except there's two exceptions. Do not do invocations in the bathroom or in your bedroom or room where you frequently like have sex. Oh, I'm gonna tell y'all a story about that afterwards. This is funny. This happened to one of my students the other day. Okay? So you don't want to do that. Those are taboos. Okay? Now, as you flick the water, you want to begin to call the names of the ancestors who you know. Just call the names. If you only know one ancestor, just call that one. If you don't know any, because I've had a student who, her parents never talked about, neither one of her parents ever talked about their parents or their grandparents or their siblings. So they really had no clue of any of the ancestors. So you can just say ancestors. You just say that. Or you can say, within my tradition, the word for ancestors is Yanama, Y-A-N-A-M-A, Yanama. And so once you call the ancestors who you know, you will then say for your ancestors to bring forth those ancestors who you know but you have forgotten. That includes anyone you just didn't think about, or any ancestor that you knew or who you knew before you came into this lifetime. Okay, I'll give you a moment to write that down, because this next part is extremely, extremely, extremely important. So next, you will say to them to only bring forth those ancestors who are clean, because we have some ancestors who are not clean. And one category of unclean ancestor is an ancestor who committed suicide. That is a huge taboo. And is one who committed suicide of their own doing. And what that means is that they were not influenced by any outside source. It means that they got up one morning, they were of sound mind, they were very aware of what was happening, and they just said, you know what, I'm out. Those are unclean ancestors. Someone who was bullied and driven to madness, that is an exception. Someone who was attacked or ridden by a bad spirit, something like that, that's an exception. Because if they were in their right mind, they would not do anything like that. Just wouldn't be an option for them at all. Those are the only exceptions. But you allow your ancestors to filter that list. That's best. Okay. Now, once you've done that, you can then state your intentions. And your intentions are, why did you call them, or what do you want? And then you state them. This is what I come to you with. And when you go to your ancestors, do not go to them begging and pleading and saying, like, if you think I'm worthy and all of that stuff. No. You speak to them in the same way that you would speak, to your friend, to your brother, to your sister, whomever. Because you are an ancestor, you have to always remember that. They are ancestors. And there's a level of reverence and respect that you give them, and there's also a level of reverence and respect that they give you, because you are equal. One is not here and the other is there. Nope. You're equal. You're partners. And you must treat your relationship with them as though it is a partnership. Because that's what it is at the end of the day. It's a partnership. And so once you have finished stating your intentions, you can then say, Ashe. You say that. You say Ami. That's what, you know, we'll say within my tradition. It's AMI, Ami. Or you can just stop flicking the water and that's it. You don't have to say anything to close it. You don't have to. I've
Ashe.
uh-huh.
Marvina, you have a question. You have your hand raised.
Yeah, sorry. I know today you're just sparking a lot of joy and life into me right now. So I wanted to ask about generational curses, because that's also linked to sometimes why people don't get married. But sometimes we don't want to address it or talk about it. But sometimes the things that our ancestors or parents might have said that has harkened into us and has sown a seed and it's now germinating and it's causing this barrier. And we don't know where it comes from. So how do we break generational curses of unknown? Like, I know I'm the only person married in my family. My mom has never been married, but even my marriage wasn't happy, it wasn't peaceful. And there were things she would say unknowingly that now I know it's a curse when she's angry and it's being bestowed on you because she's got that link to you. So how do we now, and I still love her, but she's a narcissistic mom, and I could just say it like that, it's just normal. But how do we break those curses that we've acquired and have allowed to take life on its own? Because at that time, it's almost like, I'll give a good example where I remember my mother just saying something that's like, oh, now you've got your in-laws, you think they're going to make you happy, you will not see happiness. Just like that, boom. She didn't know she said it. I didn't read any meaning to it. And 10 years into marriage, 35 now, then realizing, that word had like legs. It was planting seeds. But those are the ones I know. It could be a friend that might just said something. It might have been an auntie, or it might be someone you just don't know. They might have just seen you on the street and don't like you, and they might just say, it stays with you. What do we need to do to protect ourselves, to break from past trauma and past curses, to move on, but also to protect ourselves after doing the work, because there's more work to do? And another thing, shadow work. What does shadow work mean? Linked to breaking the curses and stuff like that. That's me.
Okay. You know what? You literally just reminded me of what I was going to say to you earlier. This is great. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, so I'm gonna talk about your marriage real quick, and then I'm gonna get to, and this it'll begin to answer your question, okay? The reason why, like, your husband changed over time, and his behavior, his temperament changed over time, is because there was a tremendous amount of unfavorable, or you can say bad, energies, plural, cast at him and at you from those women. Because one of the things we have to understand is this, is the moment we speak ill about someone, we're actually casting negative energy or unfavorable energy at them. And that energy comes and it leaches, it attaches to whomever it is directed, or that language is directed towards. And as time passes, we don't know in the diaspora that we should have divinations to, to check to see what the state of our existence is. We don't know that. As time passes, those energies build. and they build and they build. And if you are happy, those energies will die because they feed off of trauma, drama, anger, depression, sadness. Like they feed off of that. It gives them life because you have to look at how they were created and who they came from. They were created out of drama, trauma, sadness, anger, disappointment. They were created out of that. And so that's how they live. That's how they survive. So when they attach themselves to you, you need to be in that state in order for them to live and thrive. And they will bring about a way of being that has you to be in that state. And so you can end up being covered like a blanket in these energies, and you have no clue that they are there. And a lot of times we will do things and we're doing it based upon what we know to do. That is a temporary fix. That's why we will have moments of ecstasy. I stress moments of ecstasy. And then we're right back where we were because we don't know how to permanently relieve ourselves of that weight. And you said it perfectly earlier, it's a weight, it's what it is. And we will go out and we will burn sage. Sage is great, but sage is a Band-Aid. That's why we have to continue to burn it. It does not give a permanent resolution. It's temporary. As long as the essence of the sage is in the room or in the space, it works. The moment it dies down, energies come right back. It's like if you have roaches, you can spray, they'll scatter, out. But the moment that spray, the potency of that spray dissipates to a level that actually roaches can thrive in, they come back. So these energies, like it's the same. We will bathe and take a spiritual bath, and we'll do those things. And then it works, but then it comes back. Because the spiritual bath acts as like a roach repellent or insect repellent. That's what it does. And then eventually wears off. Okay. And so that's what you were dealing with, in the marriage. It was an accumulation of these energies. That's what it was. And that's what drove your husband to actually begin to behave outside of himself or outside of who he knows himself to be and who you know him to be. That's what caused that. And so to get to your point around generational curses, this is something that elders in our families need to be aware of. Is our language. The moment your mother said what she said, she put the wheels in motion for that to manifest itself. Because she said it and she meant what she said. Like if you say something jokingly, nothing happens. The joke is, nothing happens. But it's the intention behind it that pushes the energy out, and to have that energy manifest whatever you say is so. And so I'm going to argue that she didn't know what she was doing when that happened at all. And it's because, you know, we have willingly and unwillingly, knowingly and unknowing, both, all the above, turned our backs on tradition. So we don't know. We don't know what we're saying. We don't know what we're doing at all. We're like babies fiddling around in the darkness. We're not even adults fiddling around in the darkness. We're babies fiddling around in the darkness. Bringing forth and doing whatever the darkness dictates. That's what we're doing. And so, like, we have to begin to be responsible for our words and what we say, especially elders, because we, whether we realize it or not, we begin to become more powerful as we age. We don't become weaker as we age. We become more powerful spiritually as we age. And those words, they land differently. It's like if a 15-year-old said that, you'd be like, whatever. Go ahead on somewhere. But when an elder says that, you can feel it. It lands, the energy hits you. There's an impact. It hurts. And so we have to begin to be responsible as we age, especially. Okay. Now, around these quote generational curses, this is what I've seen. Is that you're correct. There are things that have happened that are not of our own doing, meaning that we did not create these things. We're not the originators of them. But we inherited all of these things that, for example, were unfavorable that our ancestors did. We inherit them. You know, because the things that we do today impacts the next 7 generations, meaning that those next 7 generations will inherit what we've done today. And we will pass it down because someone, I'm making this up, right, may have said something similar to your mother. So they pass it down to your mother. And your mother unknowingly attempted to pass it down to you. And without you being aware in these moments, you would possibly pass that down to your children. And it may not be the exact words, but it would be something in the ballpark, something similar to that. And we do that generation. And we just don't know the impact of that. We have no clue. Because we don't understand it from a spiritual perspective, because our heads have been turned away. We're not separated spiritually, just our heads have been turned away from the spiritual realm. That's all. Also, what I've seen time and time again is that we have ancestral shrines or family shrines in our families. We all have them. I don't care if you are a descendant of, you know, our ancestors who were brought into the West, or you're a continental African. It does not matter. We have them, and we are not separated from those shrines. And when our ancestors, and some of them, they're not even as people who are living today. I've seen this. Walk away from those shrines. They turn their backs on our ancestors. It's like a slap in the face. It is equivalent to them turning their backs on themselves because we are ancestors. And so the support, the thing that sustained our families for thousands of years, just abandoned. And there is an impact. And the impact actually affects the children greater than it affects the parents. And we'll always hear a call, a push, something for us to return to tradition, for us to once again develop that connection with our ancestors. Because having that connection is protection. One of my elders said, the problem that we have in the West is that we have no protection. Our ancestors are our first line of defense, period. Point blank. And if they are not strong enough to defend us, they will point us in a direction where we can get our needs fulfilled. It's simple. But they're the first line of defense. And when we turn our backs on them, we're left up to the devices of the world. We're defenseless. And we wonder why life happens the way it happens. We wonder why our families look the way our families look. We wonder why these quote unquote generational curses are just plaguing our family. And I know of a family who was experiencing life in a way that didn't work. Like the women weren't getting married, the men were, like there was no marriage, or if someone did get married, there was divorce. And the issue was that they abandoned, on the mother's side, they abandoned their family shrine. Oh, the shrine was intact. It's in the mother's home, in the family home of the mother. It's there, but it's in a room locked away. No one goes in there at all, because they all converted to Christianity, for example. And this thing is plaguing the family.
What about
Because
us in the West? Sorry.
Go
I was gonna
ahead.
say, what about us in the West who don't know of a family shrine? Do we all have one, even though we don't know there is one?
Absolutely, yes. Yes, you do.
And how do
And
you
you
go about
and you
retrieving or finding, or what steps do we take? I suppose that'll be
okay,
afterwards.
and you do not have to be sitting in front of that shrine in order to acknowledge it.
Okay.
You don't. Not at all. I've had to do work for people who are diasporans who have no clue that there's a family shrine. I've had to do work for them for that shrine because the shrine is in some state of disrepair and is impacting the family. And so yes, you don't have to be sitting in front of it in order to do rituals. You can give it like, well, there's a divination that needs to be done, but a lot of times you just have to call your ancestors, give milk, or masa, but in Nigeria it's puffs and masa is the same thing, and give masa, milk, and kola nut, and you call your ancestors from whatever bloodline there's an issue on it. You leave that there, and you light 4 white candles. That's it. You don't have to be sitting there in front of the shrine at all. You don't, because you're connected to it. Because it's impacting you, so you're connected to it. You don't have to be sitting in front of it. Because for you to be impacted by it, you don't have to be sitting in front of it. We're way out in the diaspora somewhere, living life. So yes, there are things you can do, certainly. I actually, with students, I have a class where we actually create a family shrine. So it reconnects you on a higher level when you have that shrine, that family shrine, that ancestor shrine there with you. It just does. So yes, that's how that's addressed. Excellent question.
What makes you say that we all have a family shrine?
Because we do. We do.
So that goes back, as I say, generations.
Yes, it can go, but like I've seen shrines that like a friend of mine, he doesn't know how old the shrine is. He's like, I'm guessing it's 500 years old, but he's like, it's probably older than that. I've seen the shrine, and everyone in his bloodline is connected to that shrine. Whether you're on the continent of Africa, or you're somewhere in the UK, or you're somewhere in North America, or somewhere in the Caribbean, doesn't matter. We're connected to them. So that's why I say that.
And you say sometimes, as I said, because the shrine has been neglected, probably because we don't know about it, how do we repair it? How do we put it back to the standard, or to how it's supposed to be, to help our lives improve?
One of the things you can do is you can have a divination to that will actually take a look and see what condition the shrine is in, if it's being maintained or not. If it's being maintained, that's good. If not, then there's something that you can actually do. There are other things that, for example, if you came to me for a divination, that I would have to do, because I just know how to do those things. So it'll be easier if I just do it for you on your behalf. It's the easiest thing to do, because it's kind of technical to do some of those things. And so, yeah, that's all you have to do.
So, Chief, if you could also explain that you do those sort of things during the classes, and reconstruct some of the shrines and how to use the shrines and stuff. And if you could explain about some of the classes that you run.
Yeah, before we do that, Perpetua has got a question.
Hi, it's Perpetua. Sorry, the name is quite. It's
I'm
okay.
terrible at pronouncing people's names, so
It's
forgive me.
okay. Right. Hi, I'm also from Ghana, and I can confirm that yes, everyone does indeed have a shrine. Me and Marvina, by the way, I was invited by Marvina. Me and Marvina were just literally talking about this on Monday. Every family does have some sort of a bondage to the shrine, and I've just literally come to realize that we had one in our house too, but we didn't know about it, and we didn't maintain it. We didn't do what was needed for it. There was some sort of agreement for with our elders in the family that when they did the shrine, with whichever date it was, that there was certain things that they needed to do, which they didn't pass this information on to us, the younger ones that have just literally come. So some of the things that we've gone through in our family is that you see that some of the majority of the women have kids, but they don't have marriage. Like we can't, for the life of us, we can't get married or keep a marriage, and that's because one of the agreement was to do the maintenance, and because we haven't done that, it's affecting us in that aspect. So me and my sister have just literally come to that agreement to go and find our roots and find out how we would do that, and I've just managed to find that. But I'm happy, and I'm so glad that I've forgotten the gentleman, the man that's literally talking about it. I'm so sorry, forgive me, but I would be happy to get a divination. Yeah, I would be happy to get that done. And so we would know what agreement was put in place and how we can maintain it, because we have no clue whatsoever on how to do it. And I'm so glad that he's confirmed this, because when me and Marvina were talking about it, it was as if nobody knew what we were talking about, but both of us knew, and we didn't know how to go about it, but it was part of our journey. And I'm so glad that this has come up in the conversation. I'm so glad. And that's all I wanted to say. It was a question if that would be sorted, if he could be able to do the divination, but he said that he could do it on behalf of us. So it's not really a question no more, it's a confirmation really now. So yeah, thank you. That's all.
You're very, very welcome. And everything you said is like, you're just so on point, like with everything you said, because I've seen this happen so many times where for whatever reason, the elders did not pass down the knowledge, pass down, like the maintenance of the shrine. And it's there in many families, and it's just sitting there. Nobody's doing anything with it. And, some of those elders have passed on. I know this guy, matter of fact, he's Ghanaian. And no, he's Nigerian. And he says, and I told him, I said, your family has a shrine. Like, I didn't know he was Nigerian initially, because he spent so much time in the West. Like, his accent is pretty much gone. I'm sure when he's around his family, it's there, but when he's not, you really can't hear it. And I asked him if he had a shrine. I said, there's some shrine you have that's not being maintained. And I said, somebody needs to go and do maintenance on the shrine. And, you wouldn't have all these legal issues that you're having. And he said, oh, yeah, it's just very casual the way he said it. He was like, oh, yeah, I think my grandfather, I heard he did something like that, or, something, but, nobody does that anymore. And he just kind of moved on. I had to stop him and say, wait, this is very, very, very important. I said, if your grandfather is still living, I said, you need to have a conversation with him. I said, I can talk to you. I said, I can do things, but if you know of the shrine, if your grandfather is still living, he is best to do whatever maintenance needs to be done on that shrine. I'm not the best person to do that, because, the shrine is there and there's someone who has knowledge of it. So have that conversation with that person. That's the best thing to do. But yes, I see that consistently. I mean, just all across the board. I see it all the time. Regardless of, where, either people are divine for, where my students are from, I see it. Whether They were born and raised on the continent, whether they're one generation separated from the continent of Africa or they're 10 to 20 generations separated. It's all the same across the board. So yes, that knowledge definitely needs to be passed down because it's impacting families in a way that you like, it's just unimaginable. It really is. It's so unimaginable. And even like with Marvina, especially like up her mother's bloodline, they worked with some type of water spirits or something like that. They work with those also, and they don't. I can see those. So that's what it looks like there. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just have to confirm that one. Sorry, like it's called Mami Water Spirit, and that's something that's been said so many times about saying that work has come true. So when you said that, that just verified it even clearer. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Oh no, no worries. Yes, no worries. Yep, it is clear as day. That is there. Okay. Okay. Any more questions, comments?
Yeah, just to when you say the maintenance of this shrine, is that a spiritual maintenance or is it a physical one?
All of the above.
Okay.
Yep. All of the above. And even when you have shrines, like these like ancestor shrines, there's what's called so I'll say within my tradition which is in Northern Ghana with the Dagbani people, there's a fire festival which represents the beginning of the new year, where that's where the major maintenance is done. You go to, you go to the ancestor tree. And if you've seen the movie, what's this movie? Is it
Avatar? Is it Avatar?
Avatar? Yeah, with the blue people. The people are blue and they're tall.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you see that they have this tree, and it's like an ancestor tree. Like those trees really exist. I've seen them. I've been in festivals where, like the fire festival, you go to the tree and you have a flame, a torch, and you speak to your ancestors and you state your intentions. And it's a tree where the ancestors gather and the spirits of the land gather at this tree. And you throw this torch into the tree and the tree doesn't burn at all. And you have hundreds of people throwing torches into the tree. The torches are burning, they're up in the tree, but the tree doesn't burn at all, period. It just doesn't. And when you go past that tree on certain nights, if you can see, you will actually see like flames coming out from the top of the tree on any given night. You'll see that. And then that lets you know that the ancestors are gathering when you see that.
Is it a massive tree? Is it really big? The tree really big?
It's not as large. The ones I've seen are not as large as the tree in the movie. So they're not that large, but they're nice sized trees. They're pretty big trees. Yeah. Pretty sizable trees. So yes, let me see. And a tree can be any kind of tree. Doesn't necessarily have to be a particular type of tree. And so it can be a coconut tree. It can be an aki tree or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just whatever tree they decide to meet and gather. That's a tree.
Does the tree have its own fire in it? I've seen a video clip where the tree, there was fire actually raging inside the bark of the trunk of the tree. But
yeah, so this one, the fires, yeah, the flames are coming out of the top of the tree with this particular tree.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm sure it's in the bark also. I'm sure it's there as well. But when you look at it from a distance, because we weren't up on the tree at this point, you can actually see the light and see the flames coming out of the top of the tree.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Would I be right in saying different trees carry different frequencies?
I don't know if it's the trees having different frequencies. My elders explained it, the way they said it was that our ancestors and the spirits of the land choose the tree, and it's not a particular tree. Every community has one. And so it just depends on which tree they choose. So I don't know if the frequency of the tree makes a difference. It may or may not, but they didn't mention that. They just said that the ancestors.
I believe trees carry various frequencies, different frequencies. Different trees depending on where they're rooted and what season it is and all those things. Frequencies, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's, for example, that's in part, how we go and we gather, herbs for rituals, for healing. And we'll say the characteristics. That's how it's phrased, the characteristics of the tree. So if a tree that grows out of rock or out of granite or out of stone, that tree, regardless of the species of tree, has certain qualities that are good for healing work. It's good for creating protection and things like that, because that tree has to be extremely resilient to grow out of stone. Extremely resilient and very powerful to do that. Or a tree that's barren. You may see a tree that does not, it could be a shea nut tree, and it will not bear fruit, no leaves, nothing, but the tree is alive. So we'll use that tree because that tree has, just based on those characteristics of the tree, it has certain properties. So yeah, so when we gather herbs, many times we go out and we'll pick herbs from a tree that's by a river, or a tree where the leaves or the branches have to be hanging over the water itself. And that's just totally different properties in that tree. So yeah, I guess you can call it frequency from a Western perspective, but we just say a tree based upon certain characteristics. So that's how we phrase it. Okay. Cool.
For those who, as you said, as a title, why you aren't married, how do you position yourself, or what have you got to do to put yourself in a position that you can be eligible? Or is it that the ancestors bring you, you've got to be more open to the people who comes to you? I mean, do your ancestors send people to you all the time?
So this is what you can do. It's a couple of things. You can go to your ancestors and say that you're ready for marriage, right? Don't say bring you a mate. Excuse me, that's just so generic. Don't say bring me a mate. And so our ancestors are funny, excuse me. They're funny. And you say bring me a mate, they'd be like, oh, okay. And they'll bring you like a mate, and you're like, whoa, hold up, time out, wait a minute, nope, nope. And so they're funny sometimes, and they're very they can play tricks on you, especially like if you come from a family that's funny, that's jovial all the time, your ancestors will be the same way, right? But you want to go to them and you want to say that you want marriage, and that you want to be prepared for marriage, and you want your partner to be prepared for marriage, and that you're willing to do the work in order for you to have a marriage that will last, a marriage where you are able to be the full expression of who you came into this life as, because we all came into this life as someone. No one came in here as a blank slate. It didn't happen that way. You want to be able to express, your true nature. You want to have a mate who can hold your medicine, meaning your spiritual medicine, who can ground you, and that you can ground that your mate, where you have partnership, you have reciprocity. Like, you have to really lay out the things that are needed in order to have a marriage that's sustainable. You have to do that. And then when you do it, you have to be patient, because you may not be suitable for marriage in this moment. And so you have to allow yourself, give yourself permission to become suitable, because we can't do anything in life if we do not give ourselves permission to do it. Even if someone has a gun to your head and they say, and they say, do X or I'm gonna shoot you. In those moments, we have a choice to do X or not. And so we're always choosing. And so we have to choose to allow ourselves to become to become a person who's suitable for marriage. We have to do that. And so that's what I would go into my invocation with, something like that. And just be prepared for life to show up. And it's beautiful. It really is. And and through the process, always remember this. This is the most important thing in life. This is one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself. Is to always extend grace and mercy to yourself. Always. That is so vitally important. And what that means is, don't walk around thinking it as though it's true, because just because you don't say it, that doesn't mean you don't think it's not true. I hear so many people saying, man, I was so dumb, I was so stupid, I was this, I was that. Nah. Give yourself some grace and mercy. You weren't that. Life just happened in a certain way and you reacted a certain way. Really, that's the only thing that happened. Because you can't really show me stupid. Nobody can show me that. You can't show that at all. And so you making stuff up about yourself. That's what you're doing, in a nutshell. So yes, that's what I would do, is make that declaration. Definitely. And then so that can be done. And you have a divination to determine where you are. And if you're in a place where you're ready for marriage, there's a simple ritual that can be done. You can do it yourself, actually. And you just need 4 eggs. That's all you need. And you tell your beloved to come to you. So it's not something that charms people, because I don't do that at all. People have come to me and saying that, oh, it's this guy that I like and I want him to like me. Can you? I'm like, nope, not gonna do that. I do not do that one at all. But what it does do, this ritual actually puts you and people who are a best match, who are the best match for you and you for them, it puts you in the same space. It draws them to you. So you may be in a grocery store, you may be in some other supermarket, you may be in the parking lot of a mall or wherever. It'll put you in the same space, and from that point on, you choose what happens. Either you say hello or you don't say hello. You choose. It's your choice. And if you say hello, then that's great. And then you go from there. And then you would have someone to take a look to see if this is a person who is the best match. You know, sometimes we get randoms that just kind of pop up. They just do. And it may not be the best person, but you have a check. And you know, when I check, it takes me literally 3 minutes to check. It's very quick. It's very, very quick. And then I'll say, yeah, yay or nay. It's simple. And then you choose. The moment you choose someone as a partner, the ritual stops. Until you choose someone, it will continue. So people will continue to show up. But the moment you say, this is the person I'm going to be with, okay, ritual stops working. Okay. So yeah, so those are two things. Okay.
You mentioned eggs, but you stopped.
Oh, yes. So you need 4 eggs for this ritual. That's all you need.
What do you do with the eggs? What do you do with the eggs?
I'm not gonna tell you what to do with the eggs. You may not be ready for marriage.
Okay.
You asked for that one, Chief.
Okay, so I'll tell you part of it. So what you'll do, I just won't tell the last part. The last part is like what does it. So you take each egg. So these have to be fertilized chicken eggs. So you can't go to the supermarket or grocery store and purchase these. You need to go to a farm, and the eggs have to be unwashed. The moment the eggs are washed, they become sterile, they become infertile, they're not gonna hatch. Okay? So when you call the farmer, you must say, do not wash my eggs. I'll take care of all of that myself. So make sure you tell them that. If they say why, just say, I just don't want them washed. You know, they don't have to know all that. Unless you want to tell them, that's fine. Then you go home and you take the egg, each individual egg, and you speak into the egg. And you say something like, beloved, come home. Take the second egg, you say, beloved, come home. Third egg, same thing. Fourth egg, the same thing. And so that's what you speak into each egg. And then once you do that, then you go to sleep. It's best to sleep with the eggs close to you. You can put them on a nightstand. You can put them in the bed. However, if you sleep like a wild hyena, don't do that. Sticky. And so you can put them on the nightstand, that's fine. And so that's all I tell you about it.
Okay.
I actually gave out the ritual once a couple of years ago, and then there were people, I didn't really expect them to go do it. There were people who ran out and did the ritual, and they weren't ready for it at all. They weren't, and they were complaining about the relationships not working. I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, these guys are that. And I looked, I did a quick little divination, looked, I said, no. You weren't ready for that. Why'd you do that? So that's why I stopped giving out the completion of it. I don't give it out the whole thing anymore.
Okay.
Because we think we're ready, but we may not be ready. Okay.
And the best way to know is by divination.
Yes, that's the best way to know. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. That's the best way.
Anybody got any questions? Is there any questions in the chat? Everybody's quiet.
Can I say thank you? Can I just say thank you? Can I say thank you and blessings? Can I say thank you, Auntie Jean?
Yes.
Your blessing to this generation. I feel like if I could get every young person to have tuned in today, would save their life like a long time. And like literally, it's been a blessing from day one. I've met everyone on this chat, and to Chief, you are divine in every way, and thank you so much for impacting my life, and to everybody else that's listening to this. That's all I want to do. I share.
Thank you
You're
so
very
much,
welcome.
Malvina. Thank you.
Yes.
Just to also tell Marvina, This is on Facebook, so you can share it. You can share it to your friends.
Okay, I shall share it.
And also thank you for your for what you brought to the session. It was a pleasure to have you.
The pleasure is all mine. There's no shame in trying to learn. I think that's what we need the world to understand. If you can save somebody else's life, then it's important. Please, guys, donate to Garvey Village Enterprise. Just a last shout out to that, because this is a learning space. We need all the love that can come into there. Even though if you can just do £2, 50p, just do it. I know I'm setting up my direct debit and I'm making sure I do that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. There, we'll meet soon.
And also, Chief, could you talk something about your classes and
yes,
divinations?
Yes. So really quickly, I have a geez, I guess you can call it a school now. I didn't start out that way. A friend asked me to teach them how to connect with their ancestors, and that's how it started. So I teach ancestral classes, and those classes put you on the path of having an intimate relationship with your ancestors, is what it does. So we start from square one, and we begin by having your ancestors walk with you throughout the day, and then we build on each week. We just build on the prior week until you're clear about what ancestors are walking with you, which ancestors are useful for whatever you're dealing with in life. You get an opportunity to actually be in relationship and communicate with the different branches of your bloodline, like your mother's fathers, father's mothers, father's bloodlines. And so you get to see how those ancestors in those various bloodlines behave, so to give you an idea of how to use them. And so it's a very comprehensive course, and you even get an opportunity to be with ancestors who were enslaved, and sometimes people will shy away from that, but believe it or not, those are some of the best ancestors to call upon, period, because you have to think about what they had to do and who they had to be in order to endure that. And they're just remarkable people. And you get to call upon those ancestors who never, or who did not, who were never taken from the continent and brought into the diaspora. You communicate with them, and ancestors who haven't walked the earth in tens of thousands of years, who are just phenomenal to be with. So it's a very comprehensive course. And so it gets you in a space where you can easily identify whether it's your ancestors speaking, or it's like you having a conversation with yourself, because you have to understand we are spirits who happen to be in this animated form. And so we actually have conversations with ourselves. So it's a clear distinction, between those things. And then there's a second course where you have an opportunity, if you choose, to create an ancestral shrine, because many of us live in the diaspora, and it's very, very important to have those shrines. It's extremely important, and you will see how having that shrine will begin to alter your family as a whole in a very favorable way. Because in creating the shrine, there's certain promises that your ancestors make. And so they make these promises. For example, to restore abundance back into your family. And that could mean financially, it could mean, if you have, a deficiency around marriage or children or whatever it is, or elders, or love and affection, whatever those deficiencies are, they will restore those things. So that's a promise that they make. while creating the shrine. If they can't fulfill that promise or they don't make the promise, then the shrine is not going to be created. I won't move forward myself if they don't agree to do those things at all. And so it's a partnership you develop in that class. And I also teach you how to work your shrine, meaning how to use it, how to do the rituals at your shrine, when to do the rituals. So it's a very comprehensive course as well. And so there are other classes that I teach as well, like how to do divinations and all those things. But if you don't have the skill set to divine, meaning you don't carry the medicine to do that, that's not in your family, then I won't teach you at all. Because I do a divination to determine whether or not you're someone who can divine and whether or not you're spiritually mature enough to be a diviner. Because if you're not, then it's a waste of everybody's time. Really it is. And then there's some work that you need to do around becoming spiritually mature enough to do that. So those are some of the classes that I offer. And we also do, this is very important, we also do what has been coined as an ancestralization. And what that is it is performing proper burial rites for our ancestors who have already transitioned, who did not have the proper burial rites performed. Because the burial rites that we perform in the West are someone else's burial rites. You can't even find these burial rites in the Bible. They're not there. They're based upon someone else's tradition. And it's some European tradition. And it is so far removed from what we would do from a traditional perspective, where our burial rites traditionally will last for about 30 to 40 days, depending upon, the ethnic group. And there are various rituals that are performed. So what we do is we actually perform these burial rites so that we can send our ancestors home. And home is the world of ancestors, which is where we've all come from. And they all need to go home. Because during this process, it's a cleansing process as well. And so we have, in many instances, a lot of trauma in our families because those ancestors were never cleansed of that trauma. It's a purification process that they go through. And so you have ancestors returning who are traumatized totally. And then it spills into the family. And so those are the results that we get. We get those results. And so the ancestralization actually, it sends our ancestors home. It purifies them. It does all those things so that they can be in a better place. And it doesn't separate you from them. It actually strengthens your relationship with them is what it does. And so I'll offer a class where we actually perform that. Okay. Because in the diaspora especially, we have hundreds of years of ancestors who are just not where they need to be. We just do. And that's the reality of it. We really do. And so it's best to send them home. That's the best gift that we can give them, period. So that is just, a summary of some of the courses that I actually teach and some of the things that I do. And you can go to chiefmontana.com. You can go there and register for a class. So for those of you in the UK, I literally just started a class about a week and a half ago for the folks in the UK.
Okay. What class is that?
It's an ancestral class.
It's an ancestral class.
Yes. And it starts in the afternoon. So it's 2 p.m. for me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 7 p.m. for you all.
And what day is that?
Wednesdays. It'll be 7 p.m.
Wednesday, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
How long are the classes?
Sorry?
The classes, the time, so it starts at 2, and we should be done by like 3:30 8:30. So it's about an hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
Yes. Now, the length of the class, meaning the time period in which the class will go on, it's about 20 weeks. And I kind of pause because it's based upon how the class progresses. Because when I started, I was like, oh yeah, this would be an 8-week class, please. It's so much information, and I want everyone to be on a certain level before, you know, we move on. It's very important. It's extremely important.
So, Chief, you forgot to mention the workshops as well. What, once a month?
Oh yes, and I have workshops once a month on a Saturday, which will start. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Around 5 p.m. your time. Somewhere around in there is when it'll start. But I send out notifications. So if you go to my website and you click on Explore ARC and you scroll down, you'll see a button that reads, what's that thing read? Something about get notifications or something like that. I haven't looked at it in a long time, so I don't remember exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's the mailing list, Chief. That's the mailing list. I've put the website in the chat.
Yeah.
Your website.
Yeah, so yeah, mailing list. Yeah, that's what it is. Now I don't send a lot of emails. That's intentional. And so only when there is an event like a workshop, that's once a month, or I have a new class coming up, which that happens, it doesn't happen monthly at all, because my classes are generally long. And so you won't get a whole lot of emails from me, because I don't like a lot of emails from from companies. So that's I'm very intentional about that. I'm very intentional.
Okay.
Is there a charge for the workshops?
No, the workshops are
No.
free. There's no charge for the workshops at all. No. Mm-mm. Nope. And so the
And
workshop,
those are
like,
held once a month.
yes, once a month. Yeah. So the workshops, we address so many different issues. You know, everything from, have I done this work? I think I need to do this workshop again. So everything from, like, you know, what is really, no. Oh, this last one was really good. Not the last one, but maybe a couple of workshops back. Are you who you think you are? That one's really good. And so we address some aspects of, like, you know, the LGBT community and all that stuff. And so we looked at that from a traditional perspective. And so that one was really good. I like that one. So we address things like that. So we look at it from that perspective. And some people are shocked at, you know, at all those things, at how that's viewed and what's happening in that whole world that we don't know from a spiritual perspective. But I'm very careful in how I language things, because you know how we do in the West. We'll take some information, woof, and it will not be what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Sandra Robinson, you've unmuted. Do you have a question?
Thank you so much, Auntie Jean. I think it was Auntie Jean that just spoke to me. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
new. I've been on it before, but not a lot. Can I just ask Chief a question, please, about the workshops?
Yes.
And it's just a question. Is fasting involved in the preparation for your workshop, please?
Or do I fast?
No, is fasting a preparation for us to do? Because, you know, you said there's certain things that we have to do before you even start. Not you personally. I'm talking about who's on the program, you know, with you.
No, it's not.
Does that make sense what I said? Sorry.
Yes, yes, it does. Yes, it does. No, it's not. You'll be like surprised at some of the things that even I thought that my elders would do in preparation for things that, you know, I thought like before I got started, like, oh, they must meditate a lot. I've yet to ever see one of my elders meditate ever. I've never seen them meditate. They've never talked about meditating.
And may I add something else?
Yes.
Very quickly. You mentioned about the possibilities of having our ancestors walk with us for a day. And it may already have been answered, and I do apologize for that. But what if you don't know even your most immediate ancestors? Does it matter?
No, it doesn't. Nope. It does not matter. I'll give you the language for that. Okay. You would just say, because your ancestors know that you don't know them. They're very well aware of that.
Okay.
So they know. And so if you don't know them, then you can just say something like Yanama, is Y-A-N-A-M-A, which means ancestors.
Okay.
Come. You can say that, and then they'll come.
Thank you, Chief.
Could you repeat that?
Yes, so you would say Yanama, Y-A-N-A-M-A, Yanama, which means ancestors. And you would say Yanama, come. Or, yeah, just say come, or Kamana. Kamana means come. But you can say ancestors, come.
Okay.
Or Kamana.
Not please come, not please come.
I was going to say, it's better in their own language, isn't it? Without the.
Yeah, it is. But no, so you don't. So when you're doing rituals, when you're doing invocations, you don't please. You don't say please. You don't say, oh, would you, kind of, sort of, if you feel, you know, you don't do anything like that. You don't become submissive in your invocations, because you and your ancestors exist here on the same plane.
Right.
Your ancestors are not up here and you're here, or vice versa. They're like your peers, because you are an ancestor. And some of us are older than our parents and our grandparents.
Yeah.
From a spiritual perspective, we're older than they are.
Yeah.
Chronologically, no. But we still, there's equality there. And so no, you wouldn't say please.
Okay.
Matter of fact,
thank
when
you
you tell
either.
them to do something, you say something like, if you are who you say you are. You know, I say stuff like that. You need to prove it to me. You need to show me. You use that kind of language. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No please and no thank you.
You can say thank you, yes.
Okay. Okay.
You can say thank you. And so, for example, once you've made a request of them and they have fulfilled that request, to show appreciation for that, because reciprocity is always the order of the day. It's one of the top laws of nature is reciprocity, period. You can give them 2 white candles and 2 incense. That's fine. Or give them some liquor, or give them all of the above. And you say thank you for, and be very specific about what you're thanking them for. For blah, blah, blah. Whatever that is, whatever blah, blah, blah is. And you want to use like 6-inch tapered candles. That's a good size. Those are easy to find.
Does it have to be any particular incense?
Want to use good quality incense. You do not want to use pina colada, strawberry, whatever these other flavors are. No.
Frankincense and those types.
You can use frankincense. That's fine. I tend to use more incense that are on the sweeter side.
Okay.
In smell, like Yatra, Song of India. Like I use those.
There's sandalwood.
Yes, sandalwood is fine. Oof. I pause because people love sandalwood. I think it just stinks to me. But anyway, that's just me.
Okay. I'm gonna say, Mimi, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask the guests, please, that bearing in mind that although we're all African descendants, a lot of us come from different parts of Africa, and where the language would be different and the actual culture would be different. Would these rituals apply to anyone blanketly, even the language you're using? You say mam, is it mamia or something to this effect? So someone whose ancestors are not familiar with this particular language, would you be able to attract the ancestors based on that? Or should we be looking at these rituals apply to only people? Did you say you're from Nigeria, a certain part of Nigeria?
No, I'm not. I'm from the US.
Okay, but I mean like your generations before you, your parents or your grandparents. So I'm just wondering where on the continent your rituals come from, and would they apply to any and everyone who are African descendants?
Yes, yeah, they do. Because we have to get that it's the vibration that carries the words. That's how one of my elders explained it to me.
So just wanted to clear up as well. So for those tribes, let's say across the continent, who have rituals, but they don't actually fall in the bracket with the rituals that you perform, would that equally work for somebody else? Because I am assuming that it's a certain group of ancestors who would respond and appreciate this type of ritual versus somebody else's ritual. Do you see what I mean? For that same purpose.
They definitely respond, because one of the things that took place prior to colonization is that there was a lot of trade, there was a lot of commerce. I've sat down with historians and had these conversations with them and sat down with my elders. You'll notice that there are some spirits that are used, for example, within my tradition, which is called Kali, Kali, that come from Togo, that come from Benin, because we have Mami Water, but they're like, no, that's not our original spirit. It was passed to us. It was given to us. It was given to our ancestors a long time ago. They're very clear about those original spirits that are in their tradition, but they use spirits from other traditions, and it's perfectly fine.
Okay, thank you very much. And also, I'm here with my mom, and she just wanted to comment or say something. Is that okay? She won't take long. Thank you very much.
Yeah, greetings, everyone. Good day, and hope you're all enjoying good health. Right, so I live here in the UK for just about 50 years, but I grew up in the West Indies, and I'm over 70 now. And some of the things that you said is okay, and also we could both learn from each other, because some of what I grew up knowing is a bit different to what you're saying, because I only learned that I'm related to Africa since I've been living in Britain for over 40 years. That's when I knew that we were from Africa, because in the West Indies, that is not taught. And everyone is blinded by being taught 7 days a week. Even your family don't tell you the truth that, you know, Britain is the mother country and you have to worship the Queen and look up to the Queen and all that sort of thing. And when Africa was ever mentioned, which is once I saw Africa in a book, it was said that Africa was the dark continent and the people were savages and that type of thing. They were cannibals. So we just blank Africa out of our mind and we just concentrate on being British. You know what I mean? Yeah. So when I was growing up, we were living our African culture, but I didn't know that we were living our African culture, practicing our rituals, eating African food. And because Africa was never mentioned. So it's when I came to this country and I started meeting African people in the workplace and chatting to them and finding out what I can from them, I realized that we were living African culture, right? So one of our ritual would be, which I've seen on the telly in Ghana, it would be every time you're going to do something or you have a gathering or you cook or whatever, you're going to eat your food, you throw some spirit and you throw some water to the ancestors and you say something to the ancestors. So you share with them all the time. And we also make what we call a plate. Certain times we make a plate to offer food to the ancestors. So we would cook all different types of food we think the ancestor would like and all different type of drink that they would like. We lay a table with a white tablecloth in the evening time. And the following morning, you'll get everyone in the area to come and eat the food. So we perform that type of ritual. And if someone is sick, we use some ritual from Nigeria, which is probably, you know, Shango. But, you know, Shango, they say it's a god. So if somebody is sick or they think someone put a curse on them, they would get Shango to come and perform. You know, that type of thing, which I think maybe you know some of what I'm talking about already. But my point is that what you are telling people, some of it is true, but not all the different tribes from all the different parts of Africa do appreciate the same ritual and they'll respond to the same ritual. I don't think so, because like I said, the one from Ghana that we perform is a bit different to what you mentioned. And the only time we lay any candles to do with our ancestors is when it's, what do we call it? What do they call, is it Halloween? Yeah, we don't call it Halloween. All Souls, when the souls is arisen, and we would light candles for our ancestors. Depends on how many ancestors a candle each. And maybe that's where your candle come in. I don't know. Anyway, thank you for listening to me.
You're welcome. So excellent points. So I will address that. So I'm giving an example. There are a multitude of different ways to do an invocation for your ancestors. I've done a few of them, and the results are the same across the board. For example, the invocation that I give with just a bowl and water, I give that one because it's easily accessible. You know, most people can find a bowl and water. There's also an invocation where you use a bowl, water, ash, rock, and a stick. I do that one. It comes out of the Dogra tradition, and it works the same. So we have to understand that in the diaspora, our ancestors in spirit, like they know where we are. And so they're not expecting us to do or perform a ritual, say, for example, an invocation, let's stick with that, an invocation to our ancestors the same way that they would have done it, because they know that we probably don't know that at all. And so they there's a lot of leniency, for example, for example, around that, because they know we don't know. Our ancestors are like, they're extremely conscious. They're very conscious. They know where we are. They know the state that we're in. Definitely. And so they understand that totally. So I definitely get your point, and I don't disagree with it at all. But I know that they understand where we are in the process. They know that we're babies. They're very well aware of that. They know what we've forgotten, especially our ancestors who have recently transitioned. Like, they can see what they couldn't see when they were here. So they know. And so they're very well aware of that. And they do the best they can to guide us in a direction where we can reconnect. Because that's the most important thing. How do you reconnect to rebuild what has been forgotten? How do you do that? If you say, well, I don't know if my ancestors used a bowl and water or not. They could have used the ash, bowl, water, rock, and stick. Then it would be a disservice for you not to do the invocation, because what do you do in the interim? How do you connect in the interim? And yes, you give food. Like when you're gonna have any celebration, what I mean by food, this is like all these things are food. Cola nut is food. Water is food. Candles, like all those things are food. Definitely. And so yes, you give water, you give cola nut. Cola nut is very important within African traditions. It's like money, more valuable than money, actually. And so yes, you give all of those things, certainly. So yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying at all, but we have to understand the cultural context that we live in and understand that our ancestors understand where we are, and they just want us to connect. And the best way for us to connect is using what is available to us in the same way that our ancestors made concessions or they made adjustments to our traditional systems to accommodate the cultural context that they were in. And that's why Catholicism is throughout our traditions, like in some places throughout the Caribbean. They had to make concessions, but it didn't mean that the rituals and things didn't work. It didn't mean any of that, because they did, but they had to make concessions based upon the cultural context that they were in. And so we've always done that. And that's the beautiful thing about our traditions, is that they're not static. They're very malleable. They're extremely malleable. And so you just have to be in a space where you're in tune and you're actually getting those directives and where you need to go, and allowing your ancestors to lead you down that path, and they'll lead you back home. And your journey back home may be through lighting candles, or maybe through a bowl and water. I have a student who came through ARC, and it led her to Senegal. But that's the path that she had to take in connecting with her ancestors. And the way they do ancestral invocation and connections and things like that in Senegal is different. It just is. But it was an avenue for her to get there where she needed to be. And so that's the most important piece. How do we get home?
what about going through the dream world, the dream state? Because you've got different levels of consciousness. You've got the semi-consciousness, you've got the unconsciousness, you've got the consciousness, and all the different levels of consciousnesses you've got. I think you've got about 4 different states of consciousness. So what about through the dream state world? Because you've got the left ear, the right ear, and the middle ear. The left ear and the right ear determines what we hear externally, and the middle ear determines what we hear in the dream world internally. So what about going through the dream state world?
You need to give me some context around that. Go through the dream state world for what purpose? I'm not clear about that part.
You can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned the bowl of water and contacting or communicating with ancestry through that, but we've also got a dream world of which is we've got different levels of consciousness. We've got the semi-consciousness, we've got the unconsciousness, we've got the subconsciousness, and you've got the consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, all of that takes place. So the dream world, like, so when you start communicating with your ancestors, right? They will come to you in the dream world. They will come to you in the physical realm. And so there's so many different ways that they will communicate with you. There's no one way that they will communicate with you.
Uh-huh.
There's a host of different ways that they will. And they don't communicate with everyone the same way. Some people, they may do the dream world, physical realm. Some people, they may only do the dream world. And others, they may primarily only do the physical. And so they communicate with you however they choose to communicate with you. So yeah, all of those things exist. Absolutely.
Thank you. This is Mimi again. Just before we go, I'm trying to find a partner for my mum, and she's in her 70s now, and I do think that she is really ready for marriage. So if you could release that egg ritual for us, please, we'd be very grateful. Thank you very much.
Okay, do me a favor. Send me an email. Okay, you can send it to ARC. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, excuse me. Look, I'm the mom, and I am not the type of person who is in need of a partner. Right? So, well, you laugh, but I'm genuine. Right. So I only came to this meeting about 15 minutes ago. I haven't heard everything that's been said before. I don't know why she's wasting your time, because I'm quite capable of finding a partner myself if I was so inclined to find one. Because
case closed.
I would say, yes, I would say I haven't got a problem attracting a man. Man is always attracted to me. It's just my nature. You know, some people is born in a manner as to, some people live in a manner as to attract others, different types of people or different sex or whatever. I haven't got a problem meeting a man. I'm a very sociable type of person, and I do get on with anyone. I can strike up a conversation or a joke with anybody of any race, no matter what language they speak. But it's just my nature to be someone who is a loner. I like to spend my time traveling around and concentrating on things, finding out what goes on in the world. I'm happy passing my time that way. I don't need a companion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but I would still like to send you my email, please. Could you kindly tell me the address? Thank you very much.
Me too. He's going to give a different one in the chat.
So you can send an email to ARC question QUESTION 0322 @gmail.com.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. You are welcome. And Don just posted it in the chat.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. What happens if your ancestors give you messages in your dreams and you don't remember your dreams?
So one of the things you can do if you don't remember your dreams, so there's a couple of things that you can do. One, you can take a bowl, pour some water in the bowl.
Okay. A natural bowl?
Yes, yes, natural, yep, bowl made out of natural material. Pour water into the bowl, and then you want to speak over the bowl of water, and you want to make a declaration or you want to state a directive that you want to remember your dreams, and you tell your ancestors to have you to remember your dreams.
Okay.
Oh my, sorry. I'm sorry, Auntie Jean.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Chief?
Yes.
I'm actually just speechless right now because you just said something that I've had to do and not know why I had to do that.
How do you mean?
That's just phenomenal that what you just said. I was led to do that.
With the bowl and water?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. And you say,
yeah.
Yeah, remember your dream. You want them to have you to remember your dreams.
Wow. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, you're welcome. And when you do that, you can say that you will give them liquor once you remember your dreams. You say that. Because remember, it's all about reciprocity.
Okay, noted, sir. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, Auntie Jean.
That's okay. No, that's good. Do you keep this bowl of water by the bed?
Yes. So you want to sleep with this bowl of water at the head of your bed. If you can sleep with it over your head, that's best. It's like on the headboard.
Okay.
Or it could be on the nightstand.
Okay.
Some people put it under the bed. That's fine too.
Okay. And in the morning, what do you do with the water?
In the morning, you can take the water and you can pour it into a plant. You can do that. Or pour it like outdoors somewhere. Okay. But basically you want to return the water back to nature.
Right. Yeah. So it's no point pouring it on concrete. So you pour it in the soil or the foot of a plant. Yeah. Yeah.
Here's a question. What happens when you're having repeated dreams?
You need a divination, a dream interpretation or something like that. I would recommend that. Because there's a message that is that's attempted to be conveyed to you that you may not be getting.
Okay.
So it could be like there's a behavior that needs to stop that you continue to participate in, and a dream is telling you over and over to stop. But you may not know that that's what the dream is saying. Or it could be letting you know that something is coming.
Sorry, does that go for saying if you dream about somebody as well?
It depends upon, it depends upon the dream, because the dream interpretation is, a dream is a whole world itself, And to interpret the dream, sometimes the dream is just easy, it's just right there. And other times you have to dive through different layers of the dreams. For example, I'd actually teach a class on dream interpretation. You can dive into someone else's dreams, like when they tell you the dream, you go into the dream, and you can actually interact with the environment. You can ask questions of the people who are in the dream, and they'll give you answers. If they will not give you an answer, there's something else that you can do. There's a way that you can actually dive into a whole nother dimension of the dream and go to a whole nother layer of that dream and get the adequate information that you need. So a dream is it's a whole environment itself, period. And even when you forget your dreams, there's a method that you can use. I teach this in the class where you can actually recall a dream. Say, for example, what's today, Sunday? And you forgot your dreams on last Tuesday. There's a method that I can teach you to easily go to Tuesday and go into that dream and actually recall the entire dream. Because a dream never fades away. It's always there. And you can go into that dream and recall all of it. There's a method you can use to do that. It's actually very easy.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Has anybody got any last questions? Because we've had Chief there sitting there for a little while now.
Can you just
Yeah,
remind us?
And also, I'll say this real quick about dreams. Sometimes if you're not remembering your dreams, there could be something going on with your star. Okay. So it's translated as a star, right? But a star is it's like your spiritual companion. The best interpretation we have of a star in the diaspora is a guardian angel, but a star is about 1,000 times more powerful than our concept of a guardian angel. Star is your companion. You're born with the star.
Is it there?
The star is with you throughout life. When your star is not healthy or your star is weak, then it could impact your dreams. It could impact your success in life. All those things are impacted.
Can I just share with you to confirm some of what you're saying does have life in it? I mean, what I've got to say is shocking, but still, I'll take this platform to share that, dreams and all this spiritualism is real. And there's one time in my life when not of my doing, there was something demanding that I kill myself, even though I don't interfere into anything. And when I was losing my spiritual energy and was thinking, yeah, maybe I can't fight anymore to stay myself, and I was going to kill myself, I had a dream where I was walking in darkness opposite to where I live, and in the dream, someone called my name out, which is my nickname, not my Christian name from religion. Nickname given to me as a child by my grandparents. They called my name out and I answered, and they said to me, "Come this way, I will help you." So I turned around, and there was the sun blazing, from darkness to the sun blazing in my face. And I got up, and I woke up in the dream. And some weeks later, when I really couldn't fight anymore to not kill myself, an idea came into my mind. It was an inspiration came to me. Why don't you go to the doctors? So I went to the doctor eventually after a lot of different things happened. And when I got there, I told the doctor how I was feeling, and I feel like killing myself, but it's not my will to kill myself, but I just feel like something is forcing me to do that. And the doctor said to me, I'll give you this letter here, take it to the hospital. So when he gave me the letter, I said to him, I said, "Why are you sending me to the hospital? I'm sending you to see someone. I say a specialist. So say a specialist, you mean a psychiatrist? He said, yes. I said, well, there's nothing wrong with me that I need to see a psychiatrist. I say, what I'm feeling and what's happening to me is not my imagination. It's not me who wanting to kill myself. And he said to me, well, if you don't want to go and see a psychiatrist, tell me why not. So I said, I'm not going to see anyone because my faith is very strong. So he said, what have you got faith in? I said, well, I'm trusting in the Lord. And I know that I'm not crazy. So he said, all right, if you're so trusting and your faith so strong, he opened the, what do you call it? He opened the book anyway, and he took out this little card, like the size of a matchbox. And there's a prayer on each side of the card. He said to me, take this and go home and say this prayer. So I just closed my hand. It was small enough for me to keep in my hand. And I walked out of his surgery and I went home. And when I got home, I opened my hand and I felt like someone wanted to knock me over. Some power wanted to knock me over. So I did not say that prayer. I turned the card over. And when I turned the card over, I said the prayer on the other side, said the words on the other side. And I felt like someone just tossed me up in the air and dropped me on my feet. Sorry. And everything was gone from me. And that might be going on 30 years now, you know. And here I am. I never had that feeling again. And I'm as, what do they say? I'm full of life. I'm bright as anything. Yeah, and I never had a problem similar to that again. I had lots of things happen before all that. So I am confirming that what you're talking about, the spiritual world and all this star and ancestor and all that, there is life in that. There's truth in that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I'll say, like, the times when you experience life in a way that you experience it, where you know that something is saying for you to kill yourself. Generally, it's a result of what someone has done against you. Because I've seen it where people have sent.
Well, you got it right, yeah.
Yeah, people have sent spirits to other people with a command, like telling the spirit to have this person to kill themselves. And the spirit will haunt you and it will have you to have those thoughts as though like it's really your thoughts, like this, but you know that it's not. It will occur as though it's like it's your thoughts. And so that happens. And what you did is definitely a resolution to that. Like we would give more than likely like what's called, my tradition is called a yara yara. And it's a simple ritual that you would just do yourself, and you would pray over it basically, and you would take it and you may give it to nature. You may take it out to nature and leave it there, or you may give it to, a blind woman or a blind man or someone who's in need or something like that. Those things happen. I've seen them happen time and time again from a spiritual perspective. Yes, and we would be very surprised at the number of people out there who actually do spiritual work against people. It's a lot of people who do those things for there's no justification behind it, because I've known of people who've done things against people because somebody that they just don't like, for the sake of they just don't get along with this person, or someone said something to them, and so from within my tradition, like if somebody says something to you you don't like, if they just say something to you you don't like, it's just that simple. The only time you attack someone is if someone is attacking you, and even then you only defend yourself from that attack. It doesn't mean you retaliate. It takes a lot for us to retaliate. I mean, a whole lot for that to happen. Because we're clear, we can just defend ourselves. And so we just defend ourselves like, whatever, it's nothing at all. And then, so we don't worry about those things, because as you grow spiritually, like you get these different levels of protection. And as these levels of protection become stronger and stronger, then you just walk through life doing your own thing. And if people come and they attempt to attack you, then the protection that you have will actually go out and retaliate on your behalf. I have an elder. She's a Jinwari Bot, it's a clan of healers. And they primarily deal with like a lot of mental illness. But they deal with a lot of other things also. But that's what they were created to deal with madness. And someone attempted to kill her. She died at like 110. Someone attempted to kill her once, and then they were unsuccessful. So what the next level of protection she received was this protection where if someone plots against her, they would die. Even if you said, I am going to hurt, blah, 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 your days would be short. That's how it's phrased. And if you got past that part and you attempted to do it, it's not going to work out for you at all, period.
How did she get that type of protection?
Oh, you have to, in order to get that, you have to be someone who's very seasoned. You have to be, within my tradition, in order to be a spiritual elder, you have got to be in complete command of your temperament. If you're someone who is quick to anger, you will never excel spiritually, because elders will not give you the medicine, and B, they will not give you certain protections, because if you're quick to anger, if you say, okay, watch, you'll see, or if you point at someone, if you do things like that, then your protection will actually go and attack the person. You must be extremely, extremely, extremely slow to anger, where you have to walk through life with nothing going on with nothing at all. And that's how you excel, because they're very serious about people being harmed, and it's unjust. And so they're not down with that at all. And so it takes a lot to get certain levels of protection. But you can get protection where, like, if somebody's just talking bad about you, something like that, you can get that. That's easy to get. It's not difficult to get at all. But those high levels of protection, no. Nope. They will not give it to you. And those spirits will say that they have to agree to protect you. If they don't agree to protect you, there's a reason why they said no. There's a reason why. And when you're being trained by an elder, the elder doesn't ask the spirit. The spirit actually comes to the elder and says, this person is mature enough. Now I am ready to work with them. And that is the only way you advance. And it doesn't matter how much money you have. I've seen people go to elders, from the West with a pocket full of money, and the elders look at them and laugh. And they'll say to them, our pride is not for sale. You cannot buy them at all. It will not happen.
So would I be right in saying, for instance, you said that we're born with a star, and like that's like an angel. Would I be right in saying you've got an angelical rank which you'd go through in order to get protection, healing, all those different things, all that, an angelical rank, a system, an angelical system, like, you've got the angelical beings of darkness, the angelical beings of light, and the angelical beings of the holies of holies. Would I be right in saying that there's a rank you'd have to call upon, a certain angelical rank you'd call upon, like, in order to gain a protection or carry out some security, some spiritual security, so to speak.
Well, this is so. I'll address the protection first. So yeah, so in gaining protection, like you automatically do have protection. So you're born with protection, like your star protects you, your ancestors protect you, right? But most of the time, our star in the West is beaten up by life. In the same way that we experience life and it beats us up, same thing happens with your star. And you have, in the same way that we need to be rejuvenated, we need maintenance, your star needs the same thing. So if your star is weakened, then that weakens your protection. But your star isn't the end all be all for protection, nor are your ancestors that. And so in order to gain these different levels of protection, it's you have to be someone. The quickest way is to be someone who descends from a bloodline of particular healers. That's one of the quickest ways, because then you'll be trained. The elders will not train you if you don't have the medicine to actually do spiritual work. They won't train you. It's like you take Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston was born to sing. You look throughout her family, there's tons of people who can sing. That's their medicine. That's what they inherited. Your spiritual gifts is the same way. You inherit those things. You may come from a long line of healers. If that's not in your bloodline, it's just not in your bloodline. Your bloodline may be royal. You may come from a royal bloodline with no healers. Some people come from a royal bloodline with healers. Nobody can make you royal. It's something you're born with. And so in getting these different types of protections, for example, if I didn't come from a certain bloodline, then I would not be in the position that I'm in today. And you kind of know a lot of these things when you're a child, but you don't know what it is. Like I didn't know what I was experiencing when I was a child. Had no clue. I just knew I could do stuff. I just knew that I knew certain things. I don't know how I knew it. I don't know how. For example, when I was a kid, there was the school, the primary school that we went to was like a block away. So on the weekends, we would go and play at the primary school. We'd climb on the roof, and I would jump down off the roof, and the bottom of my feet would sting. So one day we were up there, and I was about to jump, and something said, "Just float." And so I imagined myself floating, and I literally slowed down as I descended. And from that day forward, my feet never hurt because I never hit the ground with the same impact. Now, for me, I was a kid. I didn't know. I was like, okay, this is just what I do. I didn't think anything of it. But it's not something that I carried into adulthood because it was just something to get past the moments of my feet hurting.
Right.
And so you're born with those things. And so it's the blood, like our bloodlines are extremely important. And so that's the thing that gives you
bloodlines
access.
have ranks? I mean, am I right in saying, am I correct in saying that certain bloodlines have certain hierarchies of ranks?
Yeah, that's a good way to say that. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a good way to say that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Marvina, we've got to be wrapping up now because I know Chief is
I know. I thought we would be done at 4, so I literally
he's
ran from a
supposed to be.
meeting.
So
I
yeah,
was in a meeting, I ran back, and I was
right
like,
over.
Yeah, I'm like, let me run back and get some more blessings. So while I'm here, Chief, I think I just caught the part where you were talking about when we're talking about protection. I want you to kind of highlight that when we pray or when we ask, Auntie Gina and Jean, we need to do a session on decolonizing spirituality, because I think sometimes we still talk about spirituality from a lot of it around the Christianic point of view, but a lot of Christianity has a lot of spirituality linked to our ancestry and our African practice. So that might be a good session to do, just to help a lot of people follow through. But Chief, when it comes to praying, or when you feel attacked, it would be great for you to explain that people need to be careful when they're trying to send attacks back to people that they think are attacking them, just because they're not everybody you should go into the boxing ring with if you don't understand what you're doing. And the backlash is real, because when I'm going to use the Christian mentality, when they say fire, fire, like kill everybody that does this to me, and you start wondering why certain family members are dying, and you're not understanding that you've now sent an attack back, not knowing who the attack is coming from. And we shouldn't really be passing the energy sometimes. I think what I'm trying to explain about this is saying prayers or saying spells, when cast, if not understood, can backfire and create a ripple effect in generations that you don't even understand. And even when we're looking for protection, we also need to look at responsibility that we too. So there's something I say, wherever my feet is going to take me into, that is not going to make my life progress, let me never walk into that space, or let my hand never touch that person's hand. So, because sometimes it might be even not being in a space than you actually having to fight the problem. So I just wanted you to just drop some knowledge around letting people, because I know people are going to leave today and all start looking at who my attack might be coming from, maybe, but not also looking at within, where have I taken my leg to? Who have I broke bread with? And who might be the attack from my own close family link, that if I'm not careful with this work I'm about to do, it might kill people. Literally, it is dangerous. Yeah. So I would love you to just kind of let people know that before we leave today, what they need to do to be careful with that.
Yes, everything you said is definitely like spot on, because you have, just because someone attacks you, it doesn't mean that you have to turn around and retaliate. The most important thing is to defend yourself from the attack. That is the hands down the most important thing, so you don't suffer from the attack. And then you need to know or have an idea of who your enemy is. Because there's some people who, even though it's a retaliation, you attack them, what is going to come back to you is like peanuts. No. What has gone to them and what's going to come back to you is going to be enormous. It's going to be like multiplied 100-fold. And so you have to be careful who you retaliate against. And you have to be able to assess whether or not the retaliation is even worth it, period. Because generally the most important thing is you defended yourself, you protected yourself. That is really the most important piece. Because you can go and retaliate against someone and get yourself in a position that it is difficult for you to get out of, because you don't have the resources to get yourself out of that position. Because we don't know who we are actually going up against. We have no clue. We think we know, but we don't know at all. Because there are some people out there who are a lot more powerful than you think, and they have a lot more knowledge than you may think they have. And you can end up in a position.
Sorry, I know you're tying up the meeting. Sorry, I know you're tying up the meeting, but I just want to balance out everything that you've been saying, because I had that bad experience, and then some years passed, and the person who has done me that, they were dying. They were like weeks away from the end, and I saw in a dream what they've done to me. They put me in what do you call it? A coffin, but what do you call it? Not a coffin. How do they say it? It's a coffin, but what do
A
they say?
casket?
A casket. Yeah, they put me in a casket and tie me up in there, and I saw myself going through a tunnel in the casket out into the ocean, and I came out of the casket, and the person had died like the following week. And before that, the people that they put to tie me in the casket was two men, probably in the late 20s and 30s. One was Indian and one was white, and they were fighting with me for weeks. I was there chopping down. I was always chopping them down and fighting back. So maybe that's who I was tied. They are the two that had tied me into the casket. Maybe spiritual people. I don't know who they were, but it was two young men, and I did get out of the casket when the person was going to die, and here I am now. Thank God for that. So I'm just tying up everything you said. There is truth in everything what you're saying. It did balance itself out. And thank you very much anyway. And I wish you enjoy good health throughout, the rest of the time.
Thank you. Same to you. So, we have to be, we just have to be very aware, when we begin to go down this path, because it's simple. It's a very sweet path to journey down, but it requires a lot of discipline. It does. It requires a lot of patience. It does. And it requires you, to be someone who is not reactive. That's what it requires you to be. It requires you to be someone who is very methodical in their actions. Be clear about what you're doing. That's what it requires. And they're just, sometimes you can do things, as I stated before, that'll get you in some deep trouble because you don't know what you're doing. And many of us, we've gotten ourselves in some deep trouble and we don't even know that we've gotten ourselves in deep trouble. We just do. So we have to be very, very careful about that. Very careful. So yeah, so that's that. That is that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, so much. Thank you for your time and everything else, the information that you've given. Yes, if everybody looks in the chat, you can see how to log on to Chief Montana's website, the classes, and Dawn has put the information into the chat. Dawn, you got a quick word on the next presentation title? Dawn? You're on mute.
Yes, we're still in discussions, but hopefully Chief will agree. He's coming back on is it the 29th to join? Well, we just need confirmation. The 28th, I think it is. The 28th, Auntie Jean?
The 28th?
With Sister...
Oh, with Sister Kasheni. So it's the 29th, Sister Kasheni at 1 o'clock. Sister Kasheni, are you? Yeah, Sister Kasheni? Can you hear me? Sister Kasheni? Sister Kasheni is going to be doing a presentation. Well, it's a Zoom event on Have Your Loved Ones Crossed Over. So Chief Montana, he tuned into her first event on that, and basically he's going to be making a contribution to that event on the 29th of November, and that is a Sunday, and that is from 1 o'clock. So yes, that's the next one.
From a traditional perspective, what you're supposed to do when your loved ones cross over. And also we were discussing a topic regarding do we need to lie and steal to retrieve what was stolen from us. So
Right, 'cause
again, it's
sorry, I
looking
see-
from a traditional perspective.
Yeah, but before we go there, I've got Kasheni is there, you've unmuted. So Sister Kasheni?
Yes, hello there, good evening. Thank you for a really good presentation, some really, really key things there for us in relation to ancestors and what we can do. Really give thanks for that. And yes, on the 29th, we're going into a part 2 about what happens at death and what our responsibility is, and what we are able to do that perhaps that we're not doing at the moment, and that we can put in place as a process, and perhaps now start to have people who can facilitate certain aspects, especially during the COVID, if a family member or friend has passed while in hospital and the family are not able to see the person, the body is probably washed by the nurses and so on there. There's no access to the body. You don't see the body for a period of time. It also then goes to the mortuary again, very little contact with the body. And if you think about the first session that we did, the body and so on was very close to the family. The family were very much involved with the body, and particularly things like recitations and prayers was really key. So these are things for us to talk about next week, Sunday, the 29th, and we will have Chief Montana joining us for that. So it's a good session.
Thank you. Thank you. Last words from Chief Montana. I was going to say before anything else, I have put a flyer into the chat that you can actually download. The Garvey Village are doing a raffle, and it's going to be drawn on the Friday the 25th on the Garvey Village Zoom event. The first prize is £100 Amazon voucher. The second prize is a series of books. Sister Patricia, could you say the name of the books? I haven't got it in my mind.
So Pan-Africanism, books on Pan-Africanism. There's 3 books that's going to be available. That author Omawali Pert Haru has written these books, excellent books. So there will be 3 available as a package, which will be the second prize. So it's Pan-Africanism, The Battlefront, Pan-Africanism, An Outlook on Liberation. It's from Program to Philosophy. And the third book is African People Abolish the Slave Trade, which I think is something that we really need to understand, because we've been told that other people freed African people from slavery. Well, in fact, we freed ourselves because we were in bondage, and it was also with the help of our ancestors. So those are the second prizes anyway for the raffle.
And the third prize is Garvey Village memorabilia. When I say that, we have a t-shirt, we've got, I think we've got 6 badges, we've got a lighter, we've got a mirror, we've got 2 fridge magnets, and I can't remember, and a pen. So that's your third prize. You can give me a call on my number. I have put it in the chat, but if not, you've got a pen to hand. It's 07, my number, 961 886-032. And if you look up, you can see there's a flyer for the raffle. You can actually download it. There is a link for an online raffle, but apparently it's pending. It hasn't gone through yet. But as soon as the link comes available, I'll make it more accessible. Hopefully it'll be ready by next week, Friday, for the Garvey Village Zoom. So we'll have it in the chat then. Meantime, it'll be going through the WhatsApp, it'll be going on the Facebook and all the other social medias. But also the Garvey Village has got the bank details there. So a donation would be nice if you can, if you enjoyed this session. Please make a donation. It will help to materialize the Garvey Village. And the Garvey Village, as I said, it touches on a lot of different aspects of our life, spiritually, as well as physically, as well as for the young and well as for the old. And we're looking to have workshops like this and many other different types of workshops to cover all the fields when the Garvey Village is actually materialized. So please do give a donation. And I must say thank you to everybody for coming. And the last words have to come from Chief Montana. Thank you so much for an absolutely brilliant session. Last words from you.
Yes, you're very welcome. It was definitely a pleasure. Oh, and Dawn, make sure you add the topic that let's see, Marvina mentioned about the impact of Christianity and tradition or something like that. Because we carry a lot of Christianity into tradition, and it's like slamming up against a wall. But that's another topic. It's a beautiful conversation to have, actually.
Yeah, I was discussing it with Auntie Jean, so that will be up and coming shortly.
The decolonization of spirituality, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that one. Oof.
Thank you, Auntie.
We were also discussing what do we need to do to retrieve the stolen articles, well, everything that was taken from us. That was included in the talk.
Yes, that's a great conversation also. Because our power is in those museums, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah.
So thank you everyone for showing up today and giving me the space to express my medicine, give me the space to be, who I came into this lifetime to be. And I just appreciate you, because I could not do this without you all at all. So I really appreciate it a great deal. I really do. And it's just such an honor for me to speak to you all. And I really do view all of you as like colleagues. I don't view myself as being here and everyone else is here. To me, we're all on the same level, and we're all babies. We're all remembering what we already know down this journey. And that's the thing that makes it beautiful. I tell students all the time that, really there's nothing that I can teach you at all. The only thing that I can do is help you to remember what you already know. That's it. That's all I can ever do, period. And so I definitely thank everyone for being in attendance today. It's definitely an honor, because, I could not, you can't express your medicine in the world if there's no world to express it to. It's just not even remotely possible. So I really thank everyone once again. And I look very, very much forward to speaking to you all again, because this is like one of my favorite things to do. It's just to speak to you guys. So I really appreciate it. So you guys have a fantastic day. And I would say Ditobia, and Ditobia means until next time.
Okay,
yes.
Ditobia.
Yes, to.
Give thanks, thank you. And looking forward to seeing you next week, Sunday.
Yes.
Okay, give thanks, bye. Sister Shez, do you like to say a quick something? You're muted. Okay.
Sorry, I've been cooking and doing everything, so I have been listening. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that's been interacting with Chief Montana and his fantastic teachings. Also, you have seen me been posting in regards to make a donation to the Garvey Village. We can't do this without you, people, brothers and sisters. We do need you. If we want to see this vision and to actually see that the Garvey Village have all these workshops. We're going to have different workshops within the Garvey Village. It's for our young and for our elders as well, because we haven't got anything within Lewisham Borough that is ours. And when I say ours, people of African heritage. So please, 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 whether it's small or a high amount, which will be great, please donate to the Garvey Village. We appreciate you all and thank you once again. And we will see you on the Garvey on Friday and also on the Garvey on Sunday, where we have Chief Montana again. Yay! And I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, so thank you all and have a fantastic evening and week ahead as well. Love you all.
Give thanks.
Thank you, darling.
Give thanks.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, everybody. Big thank you to Chief Montana. Always on form. Thank you. And
You're
always
welcome.
ready. And I know, so you're well tired now, but you can get some rest or get something to eat. So thank you, everybody, for joining us. It's been very informative and eye-opening, and also brought back some memories as well. And hopefully you got some information that you can actually put into practice now. So, and don't forget, your ancestors are there. Talk to them. Ask them for what you want. And as Chief Montana says, they're on a level. So don't be begging, talk. All right.
Just remind people they can save the chat if they wish.
Yes, yes, you can save the chat by clicking on the 3 dots at the side, on the right-hand side at the bottom, and this chat will be downloaded. You can download the chat to your device. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Auntie Jean. Thank you. Chief
Thank you, thank
Montana.
you.
Everybody else.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister Dawn, and oh, Sister Messiah, she's gone. Okay, but thank you anyway. Thank you, Chief Montana, and see you soon. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Night.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Give thanks. Give thanks.
Thank you, Auntie Jean.
You're welcome, Sandra. You're welcome.
Thank you, Asheo.
Asheo Kisheni, see you. See you soon.
Auntie Jean.
Bye, Auntie Jean.
Auntie
Bye.
Jean, just to
Bye.
say thank you for your time, your efforts, and your patience.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Dwayne.
Utmost thanks. Wonderful.
All right. All right.
Lovely.
All
Okay,
right.
ciao.
Bye. Give thanks.
Thanks, Auntie Jean. It's been great.
Oh, great.
Excellent.
Great to you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, no, it's been wonderful.
All right, Anne-Marie. Thank
Brilliant.
you.
Look at my hair. Sorry.
It's your home. You're right.
I'm in my 90 as well now as well. I'm just about to eat some lovely food my daughter just cooked. So.
Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Oh,
Okay.
Okay then. Enjoy the rest of the day and the
Will
evening.
do, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Indeed.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, dear me.
Okay. All right, Sister Vernie. Sister Van, how's Jamaica? You're on mute. You're muted. I can't hear you.
I'm loving it, Auntie Jean. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm
Oh,
not coming back.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't come back either.
I'm not coming back. I'm absolutely loving it. I really needed that. I came here to actually relax myself and rest. I just spent some time with me.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
really thinking I really do need to spend some time with us sometime, and I'm spending the time with me. It's been really good.
I can see the sun got to you already.
Yes, yes.
It's lovely.
It's lovely to be in here. I wasn't miss it. I couldn't miss it. It was lovely. It was lovely. Thank you, Auntie.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Enjoy the rest of your stay. Enjoy the rest of your stay.
Yep. Have a good day.
All right. See you then. Okay. Bye. Bye, everyone. I'm signing off now. And thank you all for joining us. It was absolutely been brilliant. Thanks.
It was good. It's fantastic.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Bryant.
Thank you indeed. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye all.